And we're going to be live. How do I get... Well, welcome to the 2022 Solar Car Challenge here at the Texas Motor Speedway, just north of Dallas, Texas. I'm Stuart Mayer, and here we have Mackenzie Becker, who is helping us with the race. She's been working with the race for years and years and used to be an actual student on a team and now comes back to volunteer. So we're about to start our teams meeting. Tell me what's going on today.
Well, today's day one. It's always an exciting day. Teams are really excited to get out on the track. So we have our teams meeting first to kind of go over some quick little reminders of make sure we're all staying safe, passing correctly, doing that sort of thing. And then we're going to get ready to line up to get on the track for the first time. First day can get a little hectic. Teams are sometimes figuring it out. Getting their cars out on the track for the first time for longer than one lap can sometimes prove interesting. So we may have some interesting things to see this morning as we see teams start to get comfortable on the track.
That's right. By day 4, this will be a well-oiled machine. On day 1, anything can happen.
Just about.
Let's see what is happening now trackside for the teams meeting before the race begins.
All the cars that are coming. You can get a pretty good idea, but spotters are hugely helpful for that, so just keep that in mind. Okay, that was what I had.
Thanks, Chris. Just a few more driving notes. We want to make sure that there's a lot of cars that have a lot of different speeds, and if you're making a pass, make sure that you make a pass in a timely manner, that you don't go side by side and run down for, a few seconds at the same speeds, because that's just blocking the cars behind you, especially in the turns. So please be aware of that. The other thing is, for drivers coming out of turn 4, right? If you hug the inside of the track, which you normally would do, if you hug it on turn 4, you're going to end up in pit lane. If you intend to stay on the track and accumulate laps, please watch for the set of cones that come together and they divide between pit lane and out on the track. So make sure that you stay to the right of those cones if you intend to continue driving. If you turn down pit lane, you're now limited to 15 miles per hour. So you need to make sure that anytime you drive down pit lane, you're driving at 15 miles per hour, so you're going to be significantly slower in pit lane. when you come out of pit lane onto the track, you must yield to solar car traffic, right? So use your spotters, take a look, and see if there's any cars that are approaching and entering into turn 1 from the front straight. When we line up this morning, which is immediately after this team's meeting, we're all going to be all lined up in our team number order, so I'm not going to announce start order. However, when you push up to the line and we count down, if your car does not proceed on the track within 15 seconds, we will pull your car back and you'll go to the end of the line and start at the end. Your time, your official start time starts at your official slot, so you'll end up actually losing time. So make sure that you bring your car up, prepared to enter the track. The last thing I want to remind you of is if you're going to put spotters in the stands, make sure they're in the scoring tent by 7:45 so that we can get across. All right. It's going to be a great day today. We look forward to seeing you up at the track. Have a great day.
Yeah, great day today.
Thank you.
10 o'clock. Where's Thomas? Thomas? So you bought coffee and gifts for Thomas. Let's
All right, Mackenzie. We are getting ready to start the race. That was a very quick teams meeting this morning.
Yes.
Let's do a quick little recap of the drama that has unfolded within the last 24, 48 hours leading up to this point.
That's a good question. So for those of you that are familiar with the Solar Car Challenge, before we hit race day, we go through scrutineering. Scrutineering is our protocol for making sure that these teams are safe. When you have student-built cars, we want to make sure that those cars are actually capable of driving on the track in a safe manner. So we spend about 3 days rigorously checking all these cars for anything we can find that could possibly pose a threat.
What are some possible problems?
Yeah, so we check everything from the mechanical stability of the vehicle, electrical stability. So did you wire the car up correctly? Could there be fires, which I've seen before? If there are issues with how the car is built per race regulation, right? So did you strap a rocket launcher to your car? That's probably not okay. So things like that. Mechanically, do you have the correct crush zones? If you were to possibly get in an incident, which of course we would never want, you want to make sure that the students would be protected in the case of a crash. So we're looking for those types of things. We also check to make sure that the car is actually handleable. So we check the slalom. We check to make sure students can actually drive the car and weave in and out of cones, that they're capable of handling the vehicle. We test the brakes. Tends to be a pretty important area of the vehicle. If your brakes don't work, that's a kind of scary thing. We've actually seen that this year. We saw a lot of teams working through a lot of these issues. One team in particular, their brakes went out at the brake station and they just kept on rolling until they finally came to a stop.
Oh no.
That you don't want to have happen on the track.
So what happens if they can't meet the safety requirements?
Right. So you have those 3 days to pass all the stations that we have. And if you're unable to pass scrutineering, unfortunately, you are not deemed eligible to race at that point. And it was absolutely heartbreaking, but we did have 5 teams this year not pass scrutineering.
So we had 5 teams that did not pass. They traveled from not just in Texas here, but from all over the country to be at this point right now, and then they can't race in the race.
Yeah, it's absolutely heartbreaking. And everyone from staff to other team members, it hurts to see it, and our hearts go out to them. But of course, safety is our number one priority, and there's some things you just can't yield on.
Do you have any personal experience with this?
Unfortunately, I do. It's a really soft spot for me. It was my junior year of high school. To be honest, we weren't ready for the race, and that was our real problem. The car was not prepared, and we came anyway. And that kind of goes to show you where some of that went wrong. And we struggled for 3 days, and we actually came down to having 1 station left. It was 1 station, and time ran out on us. And they had to come over and have the conversation with us, and
wow.
it's like being stabbed, like in the heart. Like
Where did you travel from?
We were just from KCAL, so we were a local team. So about 30 minutes away. But that, oof, it rips you out inside when you've
Wow.
worked so hard for so long on something. But
Well,
that's how it has to be. So it's one of those things. And we came back and were able to race again in the future. So
okay. I'm going to,
that's it.
while we're talking here about the race here, I'm just going to put a little bit of action of what's happening on the track here. It looks like we have, that car looks like it is in the ready. Do you recognize any of these vehicles?
yeah, the car we're looking at right now is actually the Ballard Bombers. They're from Kentucky. A really cool team. Last year, if you were tuned into the race, there were 2 teams from this area. One was an all-girls team, one was a boys team. But this year they've combined, and we see some of the members returning from last year, which is very fun. They're actively out now, probably trying to catch some sun's rays before the race starts.
All right. And then who's this other car we're looking at
Oh,
here?
this is a side view of the Ballard Bombers. You can see they have a really cool painted car, all nice and camo.
Nice, nice. All right, so the race begins in 35 minutes here at 8 a.m. And so I think we're going to see all the cars rolling onto the track. It's a very exciting time. Usually cars are very spread out on the track, but this is these morning starts are when you get to see all of the cars at once. So if you are there watching this live stream, I recommend you come back and definitely catch the 8 a.m. start of the race. We'll also talk to Dr. Marks right before the race begins, so tune in a little bit earlier. Dr. Marks is, I call him the grandfather of STEM education.
He's our fearless leader.
He is our fearless leader, and he's been running this race since when?
Well, he started with solar in '92, and the first race, I believe, was in '95.
Wow, since 1995, he's been running solar car races that have been here at the Texas Motor Speedway or cross-country across the United States. Quite a challenging feat. So we'll get back to some trackside coverage of what's going on and be back to show you some more cars and begin the race and talk to Dr. Marks.
true. That is true. That's correct.
All right, so now trackside, we have Dr. Marks, the founder of the Solar Car Challenge, is trackside and ready to set the cars out with the checkered flag. And we have an interview with him right now. Let's switch to Mackenzie and Dr. Lyman Marks. All right, and Mackenzie.
Alrighty, guys, welcome to day one of the race out here trackside. It's still feeling pretty cool right now, and I am here with the fabulous Dr. Lyman Marks. And we wanted to hear a few words about your amazing race you have been putting on for so many years.
Thank you, Mackenzie, and I want to welcome everybody to the 2022 Solar Car Challenge. We're excited about this event because we've got great sun, we've got wonderful teams from across the country. It's going to be a marvelous experience, but we've got one thing to contend with. After lunch, the heat's going to build up. So we're going to be very careful about that to make sure that the racers and the viewers who are here are well protected. We're excited about it. It's another year. We're happy to be here.
Tell us a little bit about what it's like for all the teams to be out here, how exciting it is for you, how chaotic day one can be, and what we're looking forward to today.
We've just come through 3 days of scrutineering. That's a lot of happiness for some people, little sadness too if people didn't qualify, but it's part of the learning experience. One of the best things about the Solar Car Challenge is that we teach kids to handle success and how to handle failure. If you have a failure, you don't want to quit. That's where you're looking backwards. We want you to look forwards and see how you can move forward your project. So we'll be there to provide that kind of support. One of the neat parts of the support is to have our sponsors come out. Today we have our title sponsor from Encore, Anthony Killeran, here to help wave the green flag, and we're excited about that.
Super excited. And just like you said, rolling forward, that's the goal for all the teams today too. So are we excited to be out here today? What is kind of day one feels like for everybody out here?
Day one, first session, is absolutely the best time, any time dealing with a race. And I'll tell you why. Everybody's relatively rested. Nothing's broken. Nobody's gotten a penalty. Nobody said anything rude to me yet. Everybody's in a great spirit about this, so we're excited about it. Nothing's gone wrong, and everybody's ready to get on the track. The teams are lining up right now. We start the race at 8 o'clock this morning, so best time, no penalties. It's great.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you think it's great because that means I think it's great too. So I know we're getting close to race start, and I know you're a very, very busy man, of course. But is there any last things you'd like to say to our lovely people at home who might be watching the live stream and thank them for kind of being here to support us along the way?
Well, I thank everybody for watching the live stream. I also want to invite visitors to come out and actually look along the pit row here and see these great kids and the cars they built. But more than anything else, think about the learning that's going on here. This is an education program. This is not a pedal to the metal project. Well, that's why they call solar car racing the brain sport, because you have to think about how can I use the energy more efficiently. Somebody asked me, well, is it the fastest car that wins? No, it's the car that will go the longest distance. So that requires a little gray matter entanglement there, so we're looking forward to that. Thank everybody for being a part of this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marks. We really appreciate you taking a little bit of your busy morning to talk with us today, and we're really excited to see the cars get out on the track. So I appreciate it, and thank you guys.
All right, Mackenzie is trackside right now, and we are going to switch back over to her as she talks to our flag waver today, starting the race on the very first day. It's a representative from Encore Electric who operates and maintains the local electricity grid here in North Texas. So let's switch to Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, you are on.
Hi everybody, we're back again here at our track cam, and now we're talking to our wonderful sponsor representative who's going to be getting to wave the green flag for these cars on today. Would you please tell us a little bit about Encore and why you guys are excited to be here supporting the Solar Car Challenge?
Sure, yeah. So Encore, we serve about a third of Texas. We're a transmission distribution electric company. We obviously need a lot of great engineers to do that, and so we're excited especially to support some of these STEM initiatives. I've gotten to meet some of the students over the last few days, and it's really impressive to me to see the level of interest, intensity that these students have, and the skills they're gaining that ultimately they're going to be able to take with them for the rest of their lives. So we're really excited about that.
Awesome. And Anthony, you're here on behalf of Encore, so tell me, how excited are you to be out here on Texas Motor Speedway? What does this feel like for you to kind of see everything going around?
I'm extremely excited. I'm a race fan, so it's nice to see the stadium here without all the people. But yeah, it's just going to be a great environment, I think. I'm excited to see all the students, excited to see the product of all their hard work. And yeah, it's going to be a great day, I think.
Awesome. And you mentioned talking about seeing all the students and what they've kind of gone through up until this point, getting to the race itself. And you mentioned those types of developmental skills. From your own experience, where do you think kind of getting some of that hands-on experience could really benefit some of these students? Or maybe what soft skills do you think are really important once you hit the real world?
The technical skills are great. They're going to need that, especially if they want to end up in a, for Encore, we're looking for engineers. But, I heard they're working on getting sponsorship for their cars. They're coordinating technical experts. They're looking up spec manuals, things like that. All these other skills that I think are going to be really beneficial for them long term.
No, I completely agree. Do you think you would have done Solar Car if it was an opportunity for you back in high school?
I am really jealous of these students, actually. This is something I would have jumped on in a heartbeat if I had the opportunity.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I raced back whenever I was there, and I still am jealous of them as I get to watch them in their cars. So tell me, what are you most excited for to see them out on the track at this point? Are you going to be kind of keeping an eye on things, seeing the cars kind of getting ready behind us as they're lining up? What are you keeping on your brain today?
Yeah, well, I'm interested to see kind of how they are in action. I've seen them stationary. I've seen, talk to a few of the students about some of the technical challenges they've had. So I'm just excited to see them in action.
That's awesome. And we thank you so much, and we wish you best as you wave the flag with all of your might. We're looking for some great technique there.
Yes.
Is there any last things you'd like to say to some of our people out on the live stream as we appreciate y'all coming out to support us?
Yeah, we're just really happy to be here and support the wonderful work you guys are doing. And, yeah, excited to see what the students have in store.
Awesome. Me too. Okay, thank you so much, and we appreciate you guys, and we'll see you very shortly to send these cars out on the track.
All right. Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you. So I would like to use this opportunity to invite you to come down here yourself in person. If you are in the North Texas area, the track is open to the public. You can wander up here. You sign a little release waiver when you come through the door, and you can wander through pit row, see all the cars. You can see them taken apart. You can see the kids working on them. You can watch them go by on the track. It's really an amazing experience. Of course, you can also watch it here with the live stream, but there is nothing like being here in person to see it. So looks like these cars are getting ready, so we're going to focus our attention now trackside as these cars get ready for the checkered flag to send them out.
8 minutes until the beginning of the 2022 Solar Car Challenge. 8 minutes.
Scissors.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sounds like you have to give them audio.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Solar Car Challenge. We have 17 teams that qualified to take part in this national event. What makes these national events happen is sponsors. And we are very fortunate today to have a representative of that sponsor. We have Anthony Killeran from Encore who's here. He's a title sponsor. Let's give him a round of applause. And it's okay as you visit with him and shake his hand to ask him to give us more money. Always works for me. We're excited to have you here. We know we're starting an hour earlier, but you know, I really like it. I don't feel my arms stuck to my side nearly as much as we did when we started at 9 o'clock. And for those of you who have never had that experience, well, it's something you'll have a chance to look forward to. Our first team Drawing lot number 1 to begin this race is from Oregon, Bend, Oregon. We're excited for them. Ben, you've got about 40 minutes. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. It's going to give you a break time there. We're going to count down at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and our host from Encore, Anthony's going to wave the green flag for you. All right, Oregon, it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting the race now. Congratulations, Oregon. Our next team up is Ballard Memorial from Barlow, Kentucky.
Hands off. Hands off.
Feeling okay? You excited? It's a great opportunity. You did well, I'm sure.
You got it, Wes. You got it, Wes.
20 seconds.
What left were you talking about?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Ballard Memorial. Our next team up is the Iron Lions from Greenville, Texas. They'll be starting at 8:03.
All right, so here we are back in the studio. We are going to switch these cars to see them all coming out. While we talk about them, Mackenzie, you have very intimate knowledge of all of these cars, having been to this race year after year after year and have seen these teams progress. You've seen them fail. You've seen them come back. So let's talk about the next team a little bit, Iron Lions.
Yeah, Iron Lions, that's a big story. For those of you that remember from last year, Iron Lions came out with this brand new advanced car last year. It looks absolutely stunning and it performed absolutely amazing. However, on the last day, it was heart-wrenching and they were unable to race because they actually ran their battery packs too low, and they're running with lithium-ion batteries, which are much more dangerous under certain conditions. They were deemed that it wasn't safe enough for them to continue racing and had to forfeit on the last day. And they were neck and neck with the Roz team at the time. It was a very intense battle, very fun to watch, and both teams really enjoyed getting to compete. So it was really sad to see that kind of come to an almost anticlimactic end, and it was really hard on Iron Lions.
Oh, wow. So to recap, this car we're seeing right here, the Iron Lions car, last year was neck and neck for first place. They over-discharged their batteries on the third day and could not race the fourth day and had to bow out.
Good luck, Greenville.
Ouch.
So this year, we're hoping to see them come back and perform even better than ever. I'm sure that's a personal goal for them.
Oh, and it looks like they are going out right now. And there they are, the Iron Lions car. All right, so who do you think we have next here? Who's next up?
After the Iron Lions is Stony Point from Round Rock, Texas.
From Round Rock, Texas.
All right, there's that car getting ready there, the Stony Point car.
They have a fun car. They tend to paint the frame of the car pink. That's always a good way to identify them.
Now, is this car a classic division, advanced, classic, advanced, or electric solar?
Yeah.
What are the divisions here?
Sure thing. So this car we just looked at from Stony Point is an advanced classic car. There are 4 divisions racing this year. So the classic cars are the
30.5,
traditional vehicles.
4,
They have
3,
certain
2,
restrictions to
1.
their
Good
division to
luck,
help keep it
Stony
fair.
Point.
So no hub motors. Their panels are restricted in efficiency to about 20%.
Oh, and it looks like there they go. They are out.
Ooh.
Need to pay attention to that more.
Our next team
So
up
as
is
they
from
go,
Presidio.
they're within the classic division. However, Stony Point is advanced classic. The difference between advanced classic and classic is just the number of years your team has existed. So if you've been around for 3 years or more, you're officially an advanced classic car because you've got a couple years under your belt for experience purposes.
All right, so let's see. What car do we have rolling up right here?
This is Presidio's car. They are also listed as an advanced classic car this year. And you see a lot of them have that fun tabletop design with the panels up above them.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fun. They had some
15
fun
seconds,
issues during
Presidio.
scrutineering this year.
Oh, no.
But they were able to pass and prove their worth. Fixed a lot of things that they had going on.
Presidio
And
is
honestly
5,
did fairly well this year,
4,
actually, in
3,
scrutineering. They
2,
fixed
1.
themselves
Good
pretty
luck,
quick
Presidio.
and got back out there and
Have a
everything.
All right,
great
so
day.
there they go. We can see them going out of the start gate there and rolling onto the track.
Looking pretty strong.
Yep. Well, time will tell, huh? All right, and who is this pulling up to the
This
start
car
line?
should be familiar to some people. This is Wiley East with their traditional blue vehicle that we see that kind of looks like a little bullet when it's coming down the track. They did really well last year and were also in a pretty tight race. And it all came down to some fun crunch time at the end there. So
Now,
they
is
should
this
be coming.
advanced or classic division
This
car?
team is also an advanced classic,
20
so
seconds.
they've been around for a couple years. We've seen them from time
This
to
team
time,
from Wiley.
and again, we hope to see them perform well again this year.
Glad to have y'all
They were
here.
flying a couple times last year.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Wiley. Have a great day.
All right, and there they go. Rolling on the track. So I see a lot of different designs. I think a lot of this might be attempts to be as aerodynamic as possible. Like that particular car had a very slim body underneath that large panel.
Yeah, aerodynamics is huge. Drag, all those types of things. I mean, it's an engineering competition. So we're going to do anything we can to make our vehicles as light as possible, as aerodynamic as
Our
possible,
next team
so
up
they
is from
perform better,
Dallas,
because
the
efficiency
Winston
is key
School.
in these types of races.
Now, who's up here?
This is Winston. Winston is definitely an old favorite. They're an advanced classic car. Winston was the original solar car
The
team back
school
when
was
Dr. Marks
instrumental in the founding of
first
this
built a
race,
car before
who
the Solar Car
started a
Challenge
program
ever
there
came
back in
about.
1990.
Winston was where he was teaching,
I was
and this was the
6'2"
car
then.
that kind of started it all.
Wow.
Yeah, they actually
All
had
right,
some
Winston is
problems with their
5,
brakes
4,
this year at
3,
scrutineering. Kind
2,
of scared a few of us for a
1.
little
Good
bit,
luck,
but they came
Winston.
together on the last day and see the race.
And they're off.
All the way from Washington State.
All right, now this is the Raisinbeck Aviation School's car, is
this
that right?
should be a familiar one for some people. Raisinbeck were the ones who took home kind of the overall winning title last year in the advanced division car with their really stunning and well-built vehicle.
30 seconds, Raisinbeck. This car has the loving name of Jimmy, named after someone who played a major part in the forming of the school.
Let's go! Come on, Maya! Let's go!
This team, something really impressive that I've seen with them is they have a really intense strategy program that they run with
All
their
right, it's
car.
5,
They fine-tuned it
4,
almost perfectly where
3,
they keep the same
2,
mile an hour
1. Good luck,
for
Raisinbeck.
almost the entire day if they can. They performed really well last year because we had rain on day one, if
It
you
looks
remember.
like they have a little bit of a problem here. And they're going backwards.
No, you can't be on the brake, Maya.
Ooh.
No, keep it up. One sec, give it a minute.
We're going to have to pull you back. Y'all need to move back. Car needs to be pulled back over there.
Right here, pull right here. Maya!
Never a good thing to see. So for people who aren't familiar, rules state that if you
Covenant,
can't
you need
start
to
your
bring
car
your car on
within, I
up.
think it's like about 15 seconds or so from when the green flag waves for you, you're
Mm-hmm.
required to pull back to give room for the other
Covenant, you
cars to
need
come
to move
out. And
forward.
you've officially lost your spot in line and have to go to the back.
Oh man, that is rough. That is a rough start there. All right, so who we have here next?
This is the lovely Covenant Christian team. This is their advanced classic car. Unfortunately, their advanced car was unable to compete this year due to problems with their hub motor. They weren't able to pass scrutineering, so they're now pouring all their efforts into their advanced classic car, which is usually a really well-performing vehicle.
Well, that's the advantage of having racing two vehicles.
Yes, that's true.
Our next team comes from California, Palmdale, California.
Christian, there's a team coming down.
So this looks to be the number 15 Palmdale
car
electric
approaching, we
vehicle.
need to find out
Palmdale
why
from
they're on
Palmdale,
pit
California,
road.
has brought 2 cars this year, one electric and one advanced classic, which we hopefully will see right after this one. For those of you that are familiar with this, the electric vehicles are different. You can tell because they don't have any panels on them. If you remember, these cars are the ones that have 2 battery packs, and they have a separate charging station where they will go in and swap their batteries, NASCAR style, as they go to race. Kind of a different strategy race than some of the other teams do.
It looks like somebody's did 1 lap and is already here at pit row here.
I think that looks like it is team number 8, which is Presidio. We saw them leave a little bit ago. It looks like they pulled up into their driver change area, which is not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's, hey, we need to switch the walkie-talkies and make sure our driver has water. Sometimes it's, hey, we need a quick check to see something. But you're only allowed to stay in driver change for a little bit of time before you're deemed having to be pulled off the track.
And it looks like they are continuing to go, so maybe they simply had a communications problem.
Can happen. It's important to make sure we stay in communication with our drivers, especially out in this heat, to make sure everyone's staying nice and safe.
We have 10 seconds. Palmdale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for Palmdale's electric solar-powered vehicle.
And they're off.
Palmdale, if you come on up, they have 2 boosters.
And right on cue, pulling up after them is Palmdale's advanced classic vehicle. Again, like you said, having 2 cars. They actually operate as 2 completely separate teams, which is very interesting. So students who work on one car don't tend to work on the other car for the race. I'm sure they help each other out back home sometimes, but for here, they operate as if it's like a varsity JV type situation. And we get to see both cars kind of perform under their own metrics and their own strategy and things of that nature. So kind of fun to see them race 2 different races in a sense.
Excellent. I mean, that's such a robust program at their school to be able to field 2 solar cars simultaneously. It's pretty amazing.
All right, Palmdale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Solar Falcons. Have a great day.
Keeping in with that beautiful green color. Should be nice and easy to spot both those vehicles.
Our next school up is from the Kent School in Connecticut.
This team is the Holy
Their
Solars
team
team.
name is called the Holy
Last year,
Solars.
they came out brand new team and performed extremely
got
well,
lots of solar
actually.
today,
And they're from Connecticut, which is nice and far away. And
30
really, I
seconds.
think what did that last year was they were so consistent. They ended up getting, I think they got first place in the Classic Division. Because
Wow.
they just kept on going.
I love
Nothing
that-
seemed to stop them.
I love the name of their car. Instead of the Holy Rollers, the Holy Solars. It's amazing. It makes me laugh every time. Yep. Sometimes it's not the fastest car. It's the one that is the most consistent.
This is very true.
Have a good day.
And a testament to how good
5,
some new teams can really
4,
be.
Right.
3, 2, 1. Good luck, Kent School. Holy Solars, have a good day.
See, and that's a different kind of design.
Our next team up
So
is
we were
from
talking about the
Michigan,
tabletop design where they
Detroit.
put the panels up
Heroes
over top.
Alliance.
That type of design is called a tabletop, or excuse me, a flat top design where they pop the solar panels down around them. So those are traditionally the 2 kinds we see in the classic and advanced classic cars.
Yeah, Jacob, you can stand down. B camera, Jacob can stand down. We are not going to switch to you right now.
We're over here. We're over here.
Actually, Jacob, the car that never mind. You can stand down. Yeah, just head back.
All right,
Well, actually, yeah. If you have a good shot of guys working on a car, totally do that.
3, 2, 1. Good luck, Heroes Alliance. Now that's some support there. I like that. Our next team is from Brazosport. The team is named Pirate Ingenuity. They're a new team. We applaud them for being here this year. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Pirate Ingenuity. From Brazosport, Texas.
So we're starting to end the kind of getting to the end of our lineup here. The team we saw right before this was Heroes Alliance out of Detroit, Michigan. They're an electric car, as you saw, without panels. Really fun car this year. They've been doing better and better every year. I've seen them come to the track. And the team that just took off was Pirate Ingenuity, a newer team in the classic car. They're from Clute, Texas. They had some interesting troubles this year in scrutineering as well, but they were able to pull it together at the end. So we'll see how that ends up.
All right, and who are these guys here?
These guys are the Solar Jumpers. They're our last car in the lineup and also our last electric vehicle that we saw this year. They are out of Kentucky, and kind of a fun, spunky team. I got to meet them a couple times before this, and they're really excited to be a part of it. And honestly, I really like the shape of their vehicle. It's a little different from some of the other electrics we've seen. I'm looking forward to see how they
I'm
race.
into minutes this morning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All the way from Kentucky. Solar Jumpers, Somerset, Kentucky.
All right, and who? So it looks like deja vu here. Second chance.
Yeah, it looks like Roz is able to pull back up again. Let's see if they've fixed whatever went wrong the first time.
Maybe not.
No, she's gonna restart. Give it a second.
Are you going?
Yeah, we are going.
Okay, you've got a couple seconds.
Here, I'm gonna. Yeah, let
Okay, hold on a second. Let us get these people followed.
Okay.
No, you can't pull over there. No.
11 inner track. You get something there? I already. You good? Roll it.
All right, looks like they're off and running now after a little
Successful
bit of a
race
traffic
back.
jam.
Let's give them a
Some
round of
rain
applause
comes out.
here.
I'm sure they're going to want to make up some ground after a false start earlier today.
Let's go on. Let's go.
We'll have to go talk with them later about what actually happened there. All right, so let's speak a bit about what are the different divisions. There are 4 divisions in the solar car race. Let's start with the first one.
Right, so we talked a little bit about this before, but we're starting off with the Classic Division. Classic Division is limited in certain ways of technology to help keep things fair between the teams, so it's not about how much money you raise, but what you can do with the tech you're given. So for those advanced cars, they have separate things that we keep different from them. But first, Classic Division. Classic Division doesn't have any hub motors. They traditionally have panels that are up to 20% efficiency is the limit. They tend to be slightly less efficient overall, which is kind of where some of that comes into play. And again, that's a lot of those tabletop and flat top design cars you see. Really, it's just the main race that people start with is the Classic. It's a good base car to get your hands on some things before stuff gets too complicated.
Right.
Then we switch over to the Advanced Classic. The only difference between the two is purely in how many years your team has existed. So if you've hit 3 or more years, you automatically are shifted into the Advanced Classic division. But there's ultimately no other difference other than experience. And again, that's just to help keep things fair so that newer teams can compete with other newer teams and older teams can compete with older teams.
Okay.
Then we slip into that Advanced division. This is where things start to get a little interesting, a little different. The Advanced Division cars are allowed to have motors on their wheels, much more efficient motors, if you're familiar with those, which is kind of fun to see. They tend to go a lot faster.
Okay, so when you say motor on a wheel, that's generally called, I think, a hub motor, and that means that the motor is directly mounted with no gearing or anything directly on the wheel.
Yes.
But in the Classic divisions, they generally have a motor that is not directly attached to the wheel, and there's either like a drive chain or a drive belt or some sort of gearing mechanism to transfer that power, and so you lose some efficiency in that transfer. So the hub motors are probably more expensive as well.
They are definitely more expensive and also harder to learn. There's a learning curve to figuring out how to program them correctly, how to make sure that everything's working correctly. I say program with our motor controllers and kind of tuning the car correctly. So they're a little less forgiving if something goes wrong, but definitely more efficient.
Okay.
And that same rule applies to the batteries. In the Advanced division, they're allowed to use lithium-ion batteries opposed to the lead-acid batteries that are in the Classic division. Lithium-ion batteries are much more complex, have much less of a tolerance of forgiveness if anything goes wrong on them, and are much more dangerous if something does go wrong. So these cars require a lot more of a battery management system, a cooling system that's more intricate, and you definitely have to watch them more carefully.
Right.
And that's, again, kind of more expensive as well.
Okay, now it looks like we have a car over here not on the track. What's going on here, do you think?
It looks like it's car number 4, which is Plano green. They look almost as if they're checking underneath their panels for some things. Once those panels are on top, you're kind of limited in the things you can get to.
Right.
So a lot of times when you see problems like this, I tend to see electrical problems go wrong. Or sometimes if wheels aren't aligned, you get a lot of resistance, things like that happen. It's hard to see just from here what they're checking, but it's obviously important enough to pull the car completely off the track to see what's wrong.
All right, so we talked about the Classic division, which is your basic bare bones car. Then there's Advanced Classic, which is the same car, just teams with more experience who have had years to engineer them to a higher level of resiliency, performance, and all that. And then we have the Advanced division, which generally includes higher battery tech, like lithium-ion batteries and hub motors. And then finally, we have a division that was, I believe, new last year, the 4th division, the electric solar-powered car division. What is the solar-powered car division?
The electric solar-powered car division, sometimes we could just call it the EV division, is a little newer. It's been around actually a couple years. We had a new division last year that opened up, but there's not any teams that are racing within that division last year. You're thinking of the cruiser division.
I am thinking of cruiser.
Which gets harder the more and more divisions we have.
Okay.
But the EV division has been around for a few years. It's still one of the newer divisions. The key difference that you'll see is that there are no panels on the cars whatsoever. So there's solar panels, but they're still solar cars, and that's because they have separate charging stations. They're whole kind of systems set up on the ground, usually propped up in the air with panels that sometimes will adjust for the sun. They will charge at the charging station, and they have 2 battery packs. So one will go in the car, and one will hopefully be charging on the charging station. So as you drain one battery pack, you're filling up another, and then you come in for a pit stop, and you swap the battery packs and keep going. So it's a very different style race than the other cars are driving out there today. So they're usually less, the batteries are not as high in capacity as the other divisions. That way it's fair. The panels stay the same in terms of that 19-20% efficiency from the other divisions. They follow a lot of those things. You also see that they have 2 drivers, or 2, actually 1 passenger, 1 driver rather, 2 chairs within those cars, so they're a little wider from time to time. And it's actually really fun. The division was created to emulate some of the electric cars we're starting to see out in the real world today, as that's starting to become more and more popular. They also have trunk spaces. and are designed to be able to carry things around and maybe go grocery shopping
Okay.
from time to time, maybe run some errands, get a quick bite to eat, and emulate what a real car might look like.
Well, excellent. Great. Well, let's just go trackside here, and we're also going to show some numbers here. Here we have the live updates from the race. Eric, one of the interns here at the Solar Car Challenge, a former racer and now volunteer, has programmed this wonderful live ticker that reads the scores off the web as the judges post the scores, and will show you the results. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back with more programming before you know it. All right, we have a little bit of action going on here in the pit area. Some of the cars have had some difficulty and are already pulled off and getting worked on. We have our correspondent, Tomek, out there. Tomek, you are live.
I'll let him, he's the captain.
Of course. So we just had this team pull off the track, and they've come over here to try and fix up an issue with their car. Let's find out what it is.
Really?
Driver's just getting out the car. Clearly a bigger issue, unfortunately.
Purchase. And this team, this is the first year when they came in.
Is the back wheel chocked? Yeah. You want to for a moment, please?
Yes, okay. I'm done.
Yeah, this one is absolutely grabbing.
Okay.
So that one looks like it's open. You all right? Yeah, I can.
We're adjusting our front brake. Yeah. They're wanting to talk to you, Dad.
All right, let's go over. Let's go over and talk to the driver. Sorry to pull you out. What happened?
So I was going on the racetrack. I finished my second lap, going for my third, and then all of a sudden I had an issue with I'm not sure. It might have been my motor controller, or it might have been the actual array or the brakes itself. We're not sure at the time. All I knew is that I was slowing down and I wasn't getting nearly the amount of speed that I was hoping for when I set its rigor.
Was it still accelerating, just at a slower rate, or did it completely cut out?
It was still accelerating, but it was going about 5 to 10 miles an hour when this car can easily go 30.
Right, of course.
Even though that's not a safe place for us to be, 22, something around that, but it can go up to 30, and so the fact that I was completely putting the pedal down was not acceptable.
And so what's the current theory for what the issue is?
So right now we're working on the brakes and we're seeing if that's an issue. They may be scraping, which may cause us a lot of issues, and so we might put some more spacers, which will open up our pads.
Okay, thanks. You think you'll get out today again? Or?
That's the hope. The hope is that we get out, and the hope is that we do a lot more laps than I just did. So thank you.
Fingers crossed. Thanks so much. So if you look over there, they are now taking a look at those brakes, trying to see if they're touching, and it looks as if they aren't necessarily scraping and slowing the car down. It's clearly not something you want.
Is it the interior pad or the exterior? On this particular unit, it looks like both.
All right, all right. Thank you, Tomek, for that. That was the Winston Schools team. They're trackside trying to fix their brakes. At least that's their theory on the problem why their car was not performing as it should. And let's see what else is going trackside. Looks like pulling up to pit row, we actually have another vehicle. All right, so let's go back to one of our roving camera teams with Tomek, and we're going to look at the Presidio team that has pulled their car off the track and are trying to fix some issues.
You guys just pulled over. You pulled over into the pits earlier on in the race, and now the car's here back in the garage. What happened?
Okay, so we noticed our car was slowing down. I was taking down the time, so we noticed it was slowing down, and all the other cars were going ahead of it. So we just called it in, and now we're switching up the supplemental battery, hoping it charges too with the sun, and hopefully we can fix it up.
Do you think it's a battery issue?
Yes, we think it's a battery issue because on our MPPT, it's reading 49.9, and it shouldn't go below 48. So we're just hoping it charges right now.
Well, fingers crossed for you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
No, ya no. Pero, ¿cómo la viene?
Ahorita lo metimos y vamos a cambiar la batería supplemental. La vamos a cambiar por una nueva. Notamos que nuestro MPPT estaba en 49.9 y no debería bajar de 48. Así que lo estamos a correr con el sol y ojalá y funcione todo eso. Notamos que nuestro carro estaba...
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
All right. Now we have Mackenzie Becker. She is in the pits, in the garages with one of the cars here. So let's talk to a team. Mackenzie, let me know, who are you talking with right now, and what's going on in there?
Sure. Hey, everybody. It's welcome to the garage bays, now back on pit row, or off of pit row now. I'm here with two team members from Keller, Texas, at KCAL. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about what you do on the team personally.
Awesome. Thank you. So I'm Ben Rotter. This is my second year on the team. I am the team captain this year. Last year I was on fabrication, so that's kind of my forte. But the car behind us we built entirely this year just to have a better running chance. Not going too far. Too good.
I'm Ariana LaFleur. I'm the design lead of this team, and I've also been racing with them for 2 years, and I've designed the whole chassis and suspension system, and I also plasma cut pieces for our team as well.
Super cool. You don't hear the word plasma cut every day. So as you mentioned, Ben, sometimes the garage area is not where you want to be when the race is happening. So something maybe is going on with the car. Would you be willing to talk us through a little bit about what problems you're currently having, what's going on, and what's kind of happening behind us right now?
Absolutely. So yesterday, through scrutineering, we were doing our slalom test, and we ended up running into some issues with our motor. We got 2 error codes, both of which were saying something about the throttle pedal, and we tried countless things to get this fixed. And even with the throttle pedal unplugged, it was still having the same error code. So it's something internal. We think it was just because it got too hot. So what we're doing, and what we've already done physically, is we've replaced the motor controller, the wiring, and the throttle pedal. And we have a completely new system right now, and we're working on wiring it in fully and then getting it programmed.
Sure. So for people who aren't as familiar, I'll ask, what does it feel like when the car is having issues, and how does the team kind of pull together to figure out how to solve that problem?
It's sort of disappointing. We have like a sinking gut feeling, but we all are very hardworking and outgoing, so we all stick together and we make us like a list of steps in our head, get a team together, get everything done in an order, and we don't freak out or get too stressed out.
Good, not freaking out. That's good. So you mentioned scrutineering. Will you go ahead and walk us through? I'll have both of you answer. What kind of was scrutineering like as a team, as a person? Tell us through. A lot of these people watching may have never seen scrutineering, barely know anything about it. So kind of tell us what is scrutineering, what it's like.
All right, so the big 2 for scrutineering is you're going to be your mechanical station and your electrical station. So mechanically, they check like making sure the dimensions of the car is good, making sure your roll bar isn't going to crumple if you roll over and, do its job. So you go to those stations to check those things. Electrical checks your wiring and stuff like that. A lot of times you'll go and they'll give you a list of like, hey, this is all right, but you got to fix it. So we went a couple times and we tried to hit those pretty early on. So we had that list and we knew what we had to fix. So there was a bit of that, a bit of ironing out the kinks in it because, like I said, we started this car in August this year. So
yeah, we were a bit nervous because this is a new car, so we thought they would flag a lot of stuff, but everyone was more open-minded during scrutineering, so we wrote everything down, everything that they flagged, to make sure we'd remember it and fix it and get it done as fast as possible so we can go right back and get the car approved.
Awesome. And I know for some teams, scrutineering can be almost one of the more stressful parts of the race. It's a lot of work. It's hot, some long days. How did you two both personally put up with scrutineering this year?
Caffeine is helpful. I will say getting about 6 hours of sleep every night is not the best choice, but we were here for about 14, 15 hours a day, putting in the work, putting in the time, and we were able to get past scrutineering fairly early yesterday. We had a couple hours to spare to just tidy up everything, until this happened. But it was definitely stressful, but it was good to see everybody working as hard as they were together. It's definitely one of those things that either makes or breaks teams, and for us, it really brought our team together.
That's awesome. Yeah, I was anxious most of the times because we always had a couple of issues that wouldn't get fixed as fast or no one knew how to fix, but we were patient with the car and everything ended up working out in the end, except now we have a bit of electrical issues, but in the cars, we're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so close our eyes, think about no more electrical issues, right? So hopefully not too far in the future. We're getting the car back out on the track. Tell me a little bit about what your goals are for the team, how you want the car to run, and kind of what you're looking for in this race.
So I'm looking for just, consistency. So originally, this race was supposed to be cross country, right? It was supposed to be going from here to Colorado, and we had planned for that with our telemetry system. Because last year, what we did is we ran a Zoom call, and in order to run a Zoom call from a tablet to our pit, you have to have constant Wi-Fi connection. But if you're going cross country, that's not guaranteed. So we made a whole custom system with programmed Arduinos and GPS modules and all this stuff that commutes via radio. So we have a fairly well set telemetry system, and so I'm excited to see that perform. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
I'm looking for good communication between the pit and the car and the driver, and just a fun experience, smooth driving. I hope no huge problems, and a good time with the team.
Yeah. Okay. So you mentioned fun experience. Tell people out there watching what it's like to be at Texas Motor Speedway as a high school student working with a car that you built yourself. What does that feel like?
It's pretty fantastic. I will admit. It's cool to be in the same bays that the NASCAR teams are, the Formula Drift teams, all the other motorsport competitions that come out here. And it's really cool to have that sense of pride and see all the other teams that have that same sense of pride on something that you've worked so hard on. And seeing everybody out here competing and all that stuff is fantastic.
Yeah, it was really cool seeing our design come to life, and now it gets to race on a legitimate racing speedway with all the other teams who've worked extremely hard on their cars as well. So.
Super cool. And you mentioned seeing some of the other teams. Have you gotten to kind of meet anybody else throughout the race so far? See any other cars?
Absolutely. So we've gotten more than friendly with some of these teams. Like I said, we're replacing our motor controller. One of the other teams had a spare, and they're letting us use their, almost $1,000 setup just for the race. So the generosity and kindness of the people that are neck deep in this competition is fantastic. A lot of these teams, you can go and talk to them. They'll give you advice. They'll help you out. Everyone's looking to help everybody, and it's a really great feeling.
Yeah, I'm glad they're willing to help. We've been sharing tools, welding the screens and motors, and it's really nice.
Awesome. And thanks, you guys. I know it can be a little stressful when you have things going on, and we pull you aside to chat with you guys today. But it's always really fun to get to meet some of the different teammates that are out here. And before we send back to our track cam and see what else is going on with the race, I wanted to open up, is there anything else you'd like to say to anybody watching out on the live stream right now before we head on back and wish you guys best of luck getting your car back out on the track?
Well, to all the teams competing right now and competing in the future, if you're watching this as someone who's coming up, I wish you all the best of luck. It's going to get tough at times, obviously. We know. But just stick through it. And that's really, when you come out, the tough stuff is when you really find out who you guys are as a team and what you guys are capable of. Because a lot of the stuff we've run into, we didn't think we would be able to tackle at the beginning of this year. And we've been able to take it completely.
And all the teams out there, I'd say good luck, never give up on your dreams, and no matter how hard your situation gets, just keep pushing through, and things will work out in the end.
That's awesome. All right, so this is KCAL, and their absolutely amazing attitude for the situation they've got. Help me in wishing them luck and wishing their car back out on the track, and hopefully we'll check in sometime later in the race. Thanks, guys.
Hello, hello. All right, we now have an interview with one of the teams from the Plano Green Team from Plano, Texas. Let's take it, Mackenzie, and hold on one second.
Okay.
You are live.
Hey guys, we're back out here right up against pit row today, as mentioned, with Plano Green Team now. I'll go ahead and have you guys introduce yourselves and mention a little bit about what your role is on the team this year.
Hello, my name is Caleb Smith. It's my first year on Plano Green Team. A little about my role is that I am learning a lot about electronics and helping along with the team facilitate scrutineering.
Sounds good.
Hi, my name is Palaman La Paz. This is my second year on the team, and a lot of the work I did this year focused on the electronic systems of our car, making sure everything turned on and off, power management, and just our charging.
Sounds good. Turning on is always important when you're dealing with solar cars. So you guys mentioned one of you is first year, one of you is second year. Will you tell me a little bit about, what it's like as a first year student, how exciting it might be to kind of be out here and what it's like for your first time, and then for a second year student coming back, kind of what your perspective is now, now that you're here for round 2?
Okay, so I'm the first year student, and it's like super exciting to be out here. Honestly, it was everything was surprising. Everything was great here, too. The environment was super positive, and there's a lot of helping between the teams that got us all out here and got all these cars ready to race.
That's awesome.
I guess coming back here for a second time, it was just really neat to, get the chance to fix any issues that we had last year, and also go around the garage and see the progress that other teams have made since we last saw them.
Awesome. It's great to hear about the camaraderie between teams, how fun it is to be a part of this community. And you talked a lot about kind of seeing where your car's at, seeing where other cars are at. So while we're on the topic, how is your car doing? We're out and we're on, the first time going around in the morning session of day 1. Tell me where your team's doing.
Sorry. So, I guess at this point, we're trying our best to stay net positive, charging, or discharging as much as we are charging. We're just trying to stay on the track for as long as we can, and hopefully our telemetry system will allow us to do that.
Awesome. And we saw y'all pull off a little bit earlier this morning. You want to walk me through a little bit what that was like, and obviously getting your car right back out on the track as fast as possible?
It was very stressful because we first had to identify really quickly to be able to get in line, because we ended up losing our place because we could not figure out the problem was quickly enough. But it was all good because we figured it out.
That's awesome. Tell me what it's like when you hit a stressful situation and your time's going slow and you need to figure it out. What's it like as a team?
So we really have to just make sure we keep our cool and we can think through each of the problems, figure out how we can troubleshoot each thing, and hopefully just get our car moving and functioning as fast as possible.
Awesome. Do you have anything you want to add on that?
Paul about said it. We just have a lot of urgency whenever we counter a problem around race day.
Yeah, I know. I get you. A lot of urgency around the track. It's a lot of hurry up and wait. And you mentioned earlier about getting the car ready, and we know day 1 we're coming out of scrutineering. Would you run me through a little bit how scrutineering was for your team, the highs and the lows, and what it was like for you?
Scrutineering for me as first year, we were pretty much really prepared for scrutineering. We had a lot of the checklist already done by the time we got here. There's only few problems we did not pass in our first attempts in mechanical and electrical.
Yeah, so we kind of came here with the intention for scrutineering to just hit it as soon as possible and figure out what issues that we had. And then from there we could use the rest of the time to just fix those issues and hopefully, successfully compete in this race.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to say successfully now that you've made it through. Scrutineering can be a lot of work for a lot of teams. It's nice and hot. We've got a lot of long days. So tell me, now that we're out on the track, what are you guys looking forward to? How do you want your car to perform? And kind of what are the steps to move forward from this point on?
I think our car will try to perform very efficiently and be able to manage its power very well. And in the future, I think Paul can answer that.
Yeah, I guess in the future, we're trying to take the data that we're getting from this year in the race, just figure out, I guess, the optimal speeds that we can travel at any given time in the day. and what we can work on to make our electrical system more efficient.
Yeah, that's great. So you mentioned this, we've talked about this before a little bit from time to time when talking about solar car. The race is not always about how fast you're going, right? It's about how long you can stay out there on the track and how many times you can get yourself around. Do you mind talking a little bit about that, especially for people who might be watching and not as familiar and wondering why some teams aren't just pedal to the metal right off the bat?
Yes. So the solar car race, or the race part of the solar car challenge, happens over the course of 4 days. So realistically, no team out here is going to be charging more than they can discharge at full throttle, meaning that each team has to account for how much they're discharging and charging, that they can try to stay on the track as long as possible, so they can maximize the amount that they do end up charging.
Did you have anything you want to add on kind of what the strategy looks like for a team?
Paulo about said it.
Yeah, okay. See, Paul's the man. We got the right guy over here. So this is awesome. I'm glad to see it. And I think before, we start getting to the end of our interview, I'd love for you all to just talk a little bit about if you're excited to be here, what it's like to work for, a year to 2 years to however long to kind of get to this point, and what it feels like as a team to be able to be racing this year.
For the year, there's a lot of planning and going into it, and there's a lot of what we're going to do today, what we're going to do tomorrow, what do we need to do to reach the big picture and the end goal. That's this race right here.
Yeah, big goal.
I guess there really is a lot of gratification in seeing all the work that we did come to fruition. This really has been a long time coming for us, just being able to sit here in the pit and see our car run around the track. It's just nice to see all those hours in the sun, maybe long work days just finally paying off.
That's awesome, and I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad it's paying off for you. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the race, but before we sign off, I wanted to open up if you guys wanted to say anything else to anyone watching back at home and cheering you on from Plano or from anywhere, really, and just kind of say a nice little thank you much.
I'm on TV or something.
Thank you guys back at Plano, supporting me and getting me here. And I'd like to thank all of our parents and family and sponsors who helped us put the car together.
Awesome. Thanks you guys so much. Thank you for being on TV with me. We really appreciate it, and we wish Plano the rest a great day full of nights of sun and charging. Thanks you guys. See you later.
All right. Thank you, Mackenzie, and the Plano Green team for that. Now let's switch back to some live coverage of the track and what's happening in the garages. And next up, we'll see another team in about 15-20 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back in the studio here. Mackenzie, what is happening?
Well, day one is underway. That's what's happening. So we're seeing a lot of cars on and off the track this morning. A lot of teams figuring some things out, a lot of little breakdowns here and there. Nothing too scary, which is always a good thing. But right now we're looking at, I think, Plano green pulled off, broken down up on the front straight. So we should see what's going on there. Obviously, the driver's sitting tight.
Right,
Traditionally,
right.
if a car breaks down on the track, protocol is for them to bring out their safety trailer vehicle. They'll go out, bring out the flags and the cones, load the car back up on the trailer, and bring it down into pit where they can figure out what went wrong.
All right. Well, we're going to send a team out there in about 5 minutes or so. They should be there to capture that action. So stay tuned, and you can see how that all works, retrieving a car off the track when it breaks down.
Oh yeah, always an interesting time for these teams. It can be a stressful situation, so it's always good to make sure they're staying safe and out there on the track with other cars going around them.
There they are. You can see they're being lapped. Now, all right. Hold on one sec. Hey, Tomek, go ahead out there and bring your team onto the grass there, out in the track. All right. So here we go. So in a situation like this, what are passing rules? What happens when a car breaks down?
Great question. So if a car breaks down, it's a caution. Just like in any kind of race, we want to make sure that cars are being safe anytime there's someone completely stopped on the track. So when we see that a car is broken down, we have spotters up in the stands, or if it's right in front of us on pit row, it makes it a little easier. We'll flag a caution. So we'll make an announcement to all the teams out on the track that there's a caution on the front straight. We have areas of the track divided up. So for the front straight, we have the back, the middle, the front of the straight. So the beginning, middle, and end. We'll announce where that is, and the caution area will be created in that space. So for a caution, you are not allowed to pass another car from the beginning of that caution through to the end of where the caution point is.
Okay, so when you're approaching a broken down car, there's no passing of other racers on the track.
That is correct.
Okay.
So the other teams will slow down, make sure everyone's going fairly past the caution. The only instance where that is different is when we see a trailer vehicle like we are looking at right now, which is of course allowed to pass the solar cars as they go around the track to get to their broken down car.
Right.
They'll pull over safely and hopefully get that car loaded up as fast as possible.
All right, so it looks like that truck and trailer that we saw pull out will have to do an entire lap around the track in order to get there.
That's true.
All right, well let's just stay tuned. Kinsey, what are we seeing here? What are we witnessing?
Yeah, so we've got the trailer pulled up next to the Plano green car, so we're about to see how a team is able to load a broken down car up from the track. Step number one is always get your safety officer out. There we see him with his big red flag to make sure other teams see them correctly. We're getting that trailer nice and ready and primed, and then we'll see them once the cones are out and the flagger is out and everything's good and set, then the rest of the team can jump out to help load the car back on. So.
All right, and let's listen to Tomek here. Tomek, can you fill us in on what is going on?
Yeah, the number 4 car here just kind of ground to a halt on the main straight. There's a little bit of confusion in getting around it because it's kind of stopped in the middle of the track, especially the blue, I believe, number 9 car stopped and was a little confused on how to get by. But we now have a support vehicle here to try and retrieve the car. The driver is safe and okay and completely unharmed, thank goodness. And other cars are going around, so I think this will be fine, and we'll attempt to get some more detail on what exactly happened to the car as it gets retrieved.
Move these anywhere you need to put them, so check your tires and
as much as we can.
Gentlemen, here's you guys strap down however you want to strap down. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, you can get that out.
Pivot point down here on both sides.
One. I'm gonna take Nico Rosberg. I'm gonna do the new commentator.
Unless you need one in the back.
Oh, sorry about that. A little feedback there.
Waking everyone up.
All right. So, Mackenzie, what is going on here? It looks like we have a couple different things happening.
Yeah, so we just finished watching Plano Green get their car back up onto their trailer, so that's always a busy time. Cars are honking and passing and getting around. Per race rules, you have to honk to let someone know you're coming. So that's why we're seeing a symphony of horns from time to time. And then looking over, we also see a couple cars over in what looks like to be the driver change area. So we just saw Roz drive off and Wiley Green sitting there as well. Again, the driver change area isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's just, hey, we want to swap drivers. Hey, we need to change the water in the car so our drivers are hydrated, or so on and so forth. So anything that can be done in a quick, couple minute period of time is fine at the driver change area.
All right. So it looks like we have these cars driving off here, and there they go. I mean, that was about 5 minutes maybe. That was a pretty quick trailer load.
Yeah, for a solar car, it can be tricky to get something onto the trailer like that. So speed is always of essence when you're trying to get back out on the track. But of course, making sure you're strapped down correctly and nothing else goes wrong is also completely important for all of these teams as they do these things.
All right. Well, I think we're gonna follow Plano Green back into the pits here. As you might have seen, we spoke to them on camera just a half hour ago and get an update from the team itself. So stay tuned. go. All right, so it looks like we have a lot of actioning happening on the track right now. A couple cars are in there. Who are these guys?
This is Palmdale's electric team, which we saw getting on the track earlier today. They are currently just pulled up into their driver change area, so we don't see them pulling off the track yet. So again, sometimes it's to check little things. Well, hopefully we'll see them keep rolling. But these EV cars do tend to come on and off the track quite a lot, and not for bad reasons. They often will be changing their batteries to swap batteries.
All right.
Some more cars
we
coming
got
down the way.
two more cars here.
Looks like Wiley East coming through. Good to go.
And
someone pulling up, coming in the rear. Looks like for the driver change area as well. See their flaggers bringing them in. They come to a stop. It is part of our new heat procedures this year, with the temperatures being so hot on average, more so than we've seen in previous years. We always want to make sure we keep our students safe, and once we hit a heat index of at least 95, which we're getting pretty close at being 91 at least right now, we put a new heat procedure in place to say that drivers within a vehicle can only stay in that car for a maximum of 2 hours before they must be swapped out for a different driver to make sure that our kids are staying safe.
Right.
So these students will be swapping more frequently than we normally see this year. So these driver change pits are going to be pretty useful this year, more than any. And we started at 8 and it's now 10:04.
Right.
So all these teams may be going in for their driver swaps.
So looks like something's going on here. Maybe they are doing a battery change, or I guess they have to do the battery change back in the garage
This
area.
is true. Again, they may be wiggling stuff around, double checking. Heroes Alliance, which I believe we're looking at right now, they have been doing really strong in the EV team so far this year. I've seen their car year after year after year get better and better each year as their team kind of progresses. So they've been running a really good race so far. Hopefully they're just checking on their drivers, making sure things are good to go, and ready to keep on moving.
All right.
Looks like it.
And they're back on.
Always good to see. That's Iron Lion's advanced team also pulled into a driver change area. It looks like they're checking in a new driver, getting everything ready. Honestly, even without that heat index procedure, it's not a bad idea to be swapping your drivers to make sure everyone's staying fresh when they're out there on the road.
Right.
So regardless of if that heat protocol is in place yet, our drivers might just be planning for that 2-hour swap regardless, which is why we're seeing so many teams pull off in pit row right now.
I must say that aerodynamic canopy cover there over the driver might help aerodynamics a little, but wow, that looks hot.
It definitely can be. I mean, you're sitting, baking in the sunshine, going around and round and round. Most of these slow cars don't have air conditioning.
Don't have air conditioning.
Not at all, not one bit. We do have requirements for fans for the drivers so that there is some airflow in there.
And then they're off.
Yeah, they're off. But of course, efficiency is everything. So.
Yep. All right, and now let's go back with Tomek and Jacob, and we are going to see them here with the action that they're able to capture. Here we go.
Yeah, the 4 car was taken back on trail. They had to do a full loop of the track, so there was a caution out. But they made it run safely. No one crashed. And the team is now loading off and going to find what on the car. Car.
I do. I'm not on the team, but they need drivers.
All right. Definitely lots of action on the track right now. And in the garages, we have Mackenzie, and she is with the Winston Solar Car team based out of Dallas, Texas, right here. So let's, Mackenzie, take it away.
Alrighty, guys. So we're back with another incredible team to talk to today. We're back in the Cup Garage of the Texas Motor Speedway, where it's a little cooler and a little bit better breeze. So I'm stealing these students out of the heat while they watch their car out on the track. This is Winston Solar Car, and these two guys are going to hang out with me and answer a few questions. So can we start by going ahead, introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about what you do on the team, how long you've been on the team, and just tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Ian Quillis Van Ufford, or Q, and this is my first year on solar, but I am a senior, upcoming senior, and I just grind and weld and do any sort of mechanical stuff.
Awesome.
My name is Justin, and I do mostly electrical things, and anything pertaining to that is what I do.
Awesome. Sometimes it's a lot of what you have to do, right? It's a flexible time, and Justin and Q here told me that it's their first year on the team. So tell me a little bit, what is it like to have, your first year on the team? What is it like to finally get to come to the Solar Car Challenge, and what is it like as someone who's never been here before?
I think that we are both very fortunate to have qualified on our first year. I've heard about many stories where it didn't really work out for the first time, and I think we're very fortunate.
My first thoughts whenever we were getting ready to drive the car out there was, it's like we're launching a rocket into space, and it's just really exciting, and it's a great feeling to have.
Awesome. I'm glad y'all are excited. So speaking of the car, we talked a little bit about how it's day one, which means we've just finished through 3 days of scrutineering to prove that your car is ready to race. Can you tell me a little bit about what scrutineering was like for your team? I know you guys had a couple hiccups here and there, so will you tell me a little bit about what happened and how you guys were able to overcome it?
We have always had certain issues with our braking system, but with some grit and determination and some, of course, help from other teams here, the Kentucky team helped us out a lot. We managed to pull through and make it stop within the certain time frame which was needed for scrutineering.
From electrical standpoint, we were mostly good. We only had 1 or 2 issues, but other than that, not really, no.
Good. Hey, electrical is always a good thing to have down. I'm proud of you, Justin. So now that we've passed scrutineering and you're at the point where you're out on the track, tell me, how has your car been doing out on the track? Have you guys been proud of how it's performing? Has it been performing the way you've been expecting it to?
After scrutineering, there was a few things that we needed to fix a little bit. We had some few underhanging bolts which were going to snag on our trailer if we did break down. And we did have to change the braking system a little bit because it was clamping too hard on our front. So we needed more looser discs so that we can go faster and get more laps in.
Gotcha. Always got to get more laps.
Mostly not much from what I think. We found our good speed that we can go fast at and stay charged at, which is good.
And I know Winston from my own history, because Winston's been a team that's been around for quite a while. Winston's got a bit of a historical start, being the first Solar Car team to ever really be around for the Solar Car Challenge. So what is it like being a part of a team that's been around for so long? Is it cool having that mentorship and that background and something that you guys can pick up as it's your first year in the team and continue on?
There are a few traditions which are set in stone, and they make it interesting. They make it an interesting work environment to work in.
It's neat having most of the judges knowing who we are and kind of how the cars performed in prior years to tell us what is potentially wrong and other things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a growing experiment, right? You're constantly working and getting better. Speaking of getting better, how do you think the car will perform overall for this year? Are you guys optimistic with its performance? Do you think you guys are going to have a nice few days on the track with all the sunshine we're going to be getting?
I'm optimistic because we changed out our batteries this year. We dropped 300 pounds, so I'm hoping that our car will perform better now that it's lighter. So
I'm very optimistic when it comes to our performance because our instructor said that this is the best that she's ever seen it.
That's awesome. All right, so now we can breathe easy. We've talked about the car, talked about scrutineering, which I won't get back into because I know scrutineering can be a tough one to reflect on sometimes. But tell me a little bit about how y'all are doing personally. Are you excited to be here? What does it feel like to be on a Solar Car team? And if there's any people out there watching that are potentially interested in joining a team or creating a team, what would you say to them? Would you encourage them to do so?
Yeah, I would generally encourage someone to, well, one, look for an avenue to explore their passions, and for me, solar has been a very straight avenue to explore, like working with tools, which I very much enjoy.
It's a great thing to learn. I've learned things that I definitely would not have learned in school, and you can learn many things that you would probably never learn in other situations. So it's quite a fun thing to pursue and explore in.
Well, hey, fun and exploring are two great things to put together, learning and having a good time doing it. I know you mentioned you're an upcoming senior, so do you feel like being a part of Solar has maybe impacted kind of your mindset or what you might want to do when you graduate, or kind of just helping you figure out what things you're interested in?
Yeah, in a way it has. It's kind of rekindled my passion for working with my hands. I used to want to explore a career in medical science and drug research, but now I'm thinking that just working with my hands would be enough for me.
Awesome. What about you? Feel like you found any passions for yourself?
As a freshman this year, it's kind of opened my eyes to different fields that I could go into. One that I now look into is like electrical engineering, because that'd be one that would be neat to learn more about.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys are looking up to the future and hopeful about your car this year. I know we have a lot of people back home cheering you guys on through the live stream. And on that note, before I kind of turn it back over and eventually let you guys get on back to your team and back out onto pit row, I wanted to ask two things. One, when your team goes through difficulties, right? It's like when you go through scrutineering, when you see things break down, when you have a hard time, what do you guys feel like your team does to help kind of pick itself back up again and keep going? And what does that team dynamic look like for you guys, and why is that important? And just kind of, what is it like to overcome things when you're at the Solar Car Challenge?
It is neat to, once you have solved the issue, seeing it, it's very relieving knowing, okay, we fixed this, it works now, and all of our effort is good because it worked out in the end. That's mostly what I think is neat about the end of it.
When it comes to our team, while we do go through adversity and may snap at a few points with each other, we always try to reconcile afterwards, so that we can create a baseline for each other to continue working together.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. And before we sign off and say thank you and send it on back to Stuart, I just wanted to let you guys have the opportunity to say thank you to anybody who might be watching, say hello to any sponsors or people cheering you on, and open it up for that.
I guess hello to anyone that is supporting Winston, and if you're cheering, thanks.
Hello, Winston people. I hope you watch this at some point in your lives.
That's it. And you better watch this at some point in your lives, because Winston deserves your vote and your cheer and all of the well wishes as you guys get back out on the track. So thank you very much, and we'll say bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Mackenzie and the Winston team. And now we're going to go back to trackside and see what's going on, and as the cars come on and off the track, fixing various problems, battery changes, etc. All right.
tire's coming to me, Rashad.
So what we have going on here is a battery change. Tomek and Jacob are going to capture this action. This is for the electric solar powered car division, where the batteries are charged not on the car but back at the home base.
You're on the cruise mode. What? What gas pedal position are you using? It's good. Lock that. Go! Go! Ben, you're coming with me. Weak is bad.
Alright, I'm moving. You get some shaky cam. One team last year that had like a quick connect thing, and that was cool. They had one though. It was like on 80-20 rails, and so that shit was. So they had a really good battery. They could take a battery in and out real fast. There's some interesting things they can do. My shot is
All right, so now back in the garages, we have the Oregon team is working on some maintenance on their car. Tomek and Jacob are there to capture the action.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. So we're here with the Oregon Solar Car team. They're conducting some mid-race repairs. Walk us through it.
So right now we're taking our scheduled 30-minute lunch break, which is required for our division, and while we're at it, we're adjusting the tire pressure in one of our tires.
Was there an issue with it, or is this just a routine maintenance?
There was an issue with it, so we'll hopefully get it fixed where we can get back out on the track on time.
And you guys clearly have this cool setup where you can, remove the top of your car. How important was it from a maintenance perspective to get this built in business?
It was really important because a lot of the mechanics we need to adjust or fix are inaccessible when we have the top on, so if we can take it off really easy and still have it charged, it makes everything a whole lot easier.
And final thing, anything you're particularly proud of in terms of the packaging of your car that you'd like to show off?
I think our suspension is one of the best in our class, so I'm really proud of it.
Certainly looks cool. All right, thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
So here's the Alliance here. It's just pulled in for an auxiliary battery change. These teams have a battery pack that powers the motor and drives the car, obviously, but also things like the horn and the lights are powered by an auxiliary small battery that is not solar charged, despite the clock. And so they're doing that quick change here. The old one goes out, new one goes in, and they're going to get on their merry way.
Go ahead, AJ. Let's go!
You got some lungs.
All right, again, welcome to the Solar Challenge. 2022. And we now have the Palmdale team, the Palmdale Electric Solar team here. We have an interview with Mackenzie out trackside. So, Mackenzie, we're switching to you, and you're live.
All right. Hey, everybody. We're back out on pit row. It's getting hotter and hotter as the day goes on, but that isn't stopping our teams quite yet, particularly not the Solar Falcons from Palmdale. They've got 2 cars out this year, but we're specifically talking about their EV car right now. So I'm standing here talking to a new friend of mine. I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself. Tell me what role on the team you play, how long you've been on the team, things like that.
Hi, my name is Luis Lazaro. I am one of the automotive leads here in our EV team. And our role here is to work together, and we hope to fix things we need to improve. We work as a team, like always, trying to have the best thing for us. And I've been on this team for 3 years, but this year is my first race here due to complication of COVID.
Yeah. Okay, so first race, that's going to be pretty exciting. We've met a couple other first-time racers today. Tell me, how does it feel to be out on the track, have your car out on the track, and to kind of be here at Texas Motor Speedway?
So it feels pretty amazing, like a little kid's dream, being here, able to see race cars and stuff. So it's pretty amazing just to be able to see other cars compete, and we're all reaching to that goal to become first place.
Awesome. And you talked about complications with COVID. Now, we've all had complications getting out here, whether that be mechanically, electrically, health-wise, financially. Tell me a little bit about what it's been like as a team to work together to eventually get to this place. Have you guys had challenges throughout the year that you've had to work through and things that you've been kind of working past in order to be here at the race this year?
Yes, we had many challenges. We had challenges trying to overcome these obstacles we had, like meeting requirements and also getting the car running. We were able to get the car running actually at the last minute before we got to the race.
That's always a little frightening. Tell me, what things were you working on your car last second?
The last second, so we were working on this new motor we had, and the drivetrains were able to spin the car and they make it move.
Awesome. Okay, so then you've got new stuff in the car. Tell me, how's that working? Your car's out on the track. How's it been performing today so far?
So far, it's been performing okay. Like, you know, this car's an EV car. All we do is basically battery swaps. But so far, everything's running really smooth and adequate.
You mentioned those battery swaps. We've talked about that before in the live stream, but just in case someone's tuning in now, will you tell me a little bit about what makes an electric solar car here at the competition different than some of the other cars and what you guys have to do differently?
So what makes this car different from others compared is that this car has no panels on the car. So we have designated charging stations where we go and do battery swaps efficiently. Not like other cars, which they provide the efficiency speed in order to have a good regeneration. We have to come back and do a battery swap.
Awesome. So tell me, how's been the battery swap learning process? Is that fun? Is that difficult? How fast have you guys been able to get it to so far? Do you feel like you're doing good?
Yes, we feel like we're doing good. In the beginning, you know, everyone's trying to be efficient, trying to learn how to put the car in and everything in. But as soon as we're doing these more and more battery swaps, we're getting faster and faster and faster.
Awesome. Hey, and faster is what we like to hear. And kind of like you mentioned, you're wanting to drain those batteries, build them back up again, and go for it. But, you know, we're still in the morning of day one. So tell me, how are you feeling now that it's day one? And what are you guys looking forward to as the day progresses and as we have more days leading towards the end of the race?
So what we're thinking probably is as the day progresses, is also maybe do a little minor adjustments, not just like the place itself, but with the drivers as well, how they're driving depending on the sun, because the sun could also depend on how the car could act.
Yeah, I get it. And you're from Palmdale, so out in California, right?
Yeah.
It can get a little hot out there, but tell me, what's it like out here in the Texas heat for those of people who are just watching from home in their hopefully nice air conditioning places while we're out here sweating on the track? Tell us what it feels like.
Okay, it feels really, really like hot, like a different level of hot. You might think on a hot summer day, this is really hot, but coming out here, it's a next level.
Next level heat, guys. We're doing good. It's good to hear you guys so far. So you've talked a little bit about your car. I'd love to hear a little bit about you personally and your team. For you, what made you decide to join the Solar Car team?
What made me to join actually is just by like hearing about these people. We had like people recruiting us, and they would tell us how amazing this program is and how amazing the racetrack is and all these events they have. So I got really interested, and I was like, I should try it out.
Always good to keep in mind those safety performances. Keep on going.
Yeah, and also I just love working like hands-on stuff. So it's just fascinating just to be able to work on hands-on, knowing that you built this car.
Yeah, Yeah, you did build this car. This is super cool and something you should carry with you as something that you're proud of. Tell me, do you feel like your experience in solar car has helped you kind of learn things you might be passionate about, help you maybe in your future after you graduate high school, and what kind of things are you taking with you?
Oh yeah, this actually helps me like to do things I want to do. Like I personally like working on cars myself, and ever since I got wrenching, I learned more things. Like I didn't even know what was this until my team members would explain to me, and now I understand what I want to do.
That's awesome. Glad to hear. Actually, on that note, if there's anybody out there watching and they're thinking, maybe I might want to join a solar car team, or maybe I might want to start a solar car team, what would you say, what advice would you give them, and would you encourage them to do it?
Just don't think about it. Just go ahead. Just cross the line. Come over here.
Come over here. I like it. And it's all about crossing that line as you guys go around and around and around. And we're glad to see your EV car out there doing well. Promise I'll let you get back to your team and back into this nice hot weather as we go on. But I do have one more thing I just wanted to ask you. While people are hopefully at home watching and cheering us all on, and we're supporting you guys and each and all of the teams out here, is there anything you'd like to say to anybody watching, any sponsors or people supporting from back home?
Well, first of all, thank you for watching us race here, and I hope you enjoy what you see around here, and I hope you have a wonderful day as well.
Awesome. Hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope you all stay cool as we do our best to stay cool too. So I'll send it on back to Stuart, and I really appreciate it. Say bye-bye.
side. Holding up.
So you mentioned earlier you're having a problem with tire pressures, punctured inner tube?
Yeah, we had a punctured inner tube, so we're just swapping it out real quick.
Did that become a problem when you guys were up there? Or?
It was a problem, but it was around the same time as our change, so it kind of worked out perfectly. I just hope we don't have to come back and you know what I mean?
New outside tire as well, or is that just the same?
Yep. New outside tire as well.
Yeah.
Alright, let's gotta play it safe.
Okay, it's your come closer to me. Hey, Honda, come
So much.
ready. And that thing will pinch the tube, so be careful. It is plastic. How tires are being exercised?
PSI checker Winston. Where's the PSI gauge?
I looked in the drawer, it wasn't there.
You on good camera now? Getting a car, putting it in screw.
Inside, I was going to say you need to.
Guarding the hole.
So does the washer need to be on the outside?
Yeah, where's the washer?
Washer's on the outside, guys. Both washers are out. Actually, no, one. Oh, wait, okay, guys. No, there's two on the side. So,
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Texas heat, staying hydrated and cool. Very, very important. The team here has just pulled in. Dude, I don't a driver change and are making sure that their driver is hydrated and cooled down with some cold water. They seem to have misplaced it, though, so a bit of a delay. So it's a hot day today, and it's very important, as the Heroes team, having done a battery change, just pulled out here, that everyone stays hydrated and cooled. And so the number 4 team over here has just come in for a stop and are giving their driver a nice cold drink of water to make sure that they're staying safe and hydrated.
Plano flagger back, please.
Flagger's back, and just like that, they're ready to go.
Okay, Alder, watch out. Lucas, watch out. Team 4. Brought the car in, had a couple loose connections, fixed them, went back out on the track, ran good for a minute, did the same thing. So came back in, load tested all the batteries, thinking we had a bad battery. All of our batteries turned out to be good, so it all led back to the motor. So another team is loaning us a motor, have another guy going to get us a sprocket and keyway that'll fit the new motor, and then come back here to grease the rear wheel bearings, and found a couple of rough bearings, so he's going to pick up some bearings too for us. And hopefully get all this cleaned up, get it all remounted, maybe we can get back in the race.
You think you'll get out today?
That's the plan.
Fingers crossed for you.
Fingers crossed. We're shooting for the best.
Yes, indeed.
So one way or the other.
You guys were flying out there before, so.
We were. One way or the other, we're going to hope to get back, at least maybe get a couple laps in today, and then fine-tune it later tonight in the garage or something, get back out there and hopefully maybe make a run for it tomorrow.
Sounds good. Stay hydrated.
Thank you. I love motorcycle rims. Still Christian has a double edge, so tell you what, let's grab a socket.
So it looks like the Oregon team has finished, or is getting to the end of their 30-minute mandated lunch break now, and having fixed that tire pressure issue in the rear left tire and replaced it conveniently with their lovely maintenance hatch, they're now putting that back on. The solar arrays going on, all the connections are going to be put together, and they're going to get out racing again.
That's the problem. There, huh? Yeah, that's the problem. I see. Green right, yellow left. Yeah, right now. Are we yellow? Get fixed to look like so we can lower it. I know what he's doing. Did you already be smart on this side? Probably needs to come forward a little bit. Yeah, somebody want to wax the panel. Yeah, that's better. No, no, not yet. Cool, that one. But it was a little scary there for a second. Below your butt is the water bottle. Right now. That's right, okay. What do you want to take that I didn't connect them, but they're...
As with all of the best engineering projects, it looks like the zip ties are being cracked out. And it is impressive to note with how much ease they put on that maintenance hatch, because it's a whole canopy of solar panels. And it's big, but the fitment is good. I presume there'll be a ring of duct tape going around it, because, as I said, this is a proper vehicle. And they'll be out in no time. So we saw Winston having a few issues earlier on in the day. They sorted those out. They got running. And the car is now going out again. It's taken the whole team to move it. She's a heavy beast. But Looks like they sorted all their issues out, which is good.
There is now a caution in the beginning of turn 3. Caution in the beginning of
Sounds
turn
like
3.
we've had an accident on track where some kind of connection has gone out. This could really put a spanner in the works for some people. Let's hopefully find out what that is and that everyone's safe soon. So the Solar Jumpers team from Kentucky here has just completed a battery change, and they're about to go out again. It's getting a little hotter in the day. It remains to be seen how well their battery cooling solutions are going to work out as the sun gets ever higher in this Texas sky. But at least for now, the car's running well. They look good. Everyone looks happy and hydrated and safe, so off they go. Just checking radio communications there, making sure their walkie-talkie works. Obviously, they've got a live radio feed between. They're monitoring all of the situation.
Attention all teams, you have 15 minutes remaining before lunch break. 15 minutes.
Roasted nuts, they have every roasted almonds.
Okay. Could you introduce yourself? Tell us what team you're from.
All right. I'm Noelle Cummings, and I am a young engineer at the Solar Car Challenge, here with my lovely team, Stony Point Solar.
How was the morning? How do you guys feel? And what's next?
Well, in the morning, we had a couple of minor malfunctions. Currently, we're working on fixing our brakes. What's next? We're going to try to fix our brakes. It should be done very soon. And we're going to get back on the racetrack and get some laps in.
How are you guys handling the heat? It's sun's coming ever higher in the sky, and I know that hydration is important. But any cooling issues with the batteries themselves?
There's been no cooling issues with the batteries, no heat-related injuries, nothing. It just means that the sun's rising higher in the sky to get more charge for our solar panels, which honestly is pretty good if we want to race.
Anything else you're particularly proud of about your car that you'd like to share with everyone?
Honestly, I'm just proud of my team. They've honestly done most of the work. But, I mean, one thing that I'm particularly proud of is I've done body panels, and, yeah, that's pretty much it. But everybody's working hard and getting this car ready to be in the race again.
Good luck later today. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
That's so weird. Please give me that.
Let me go get my team captain and help you guys out. Awesome, thanks.
Does it say low, yes? The little multimeter. I'm trying to see if the diode's potential.
It says,
does it say low?
7.
That says low.
That's an OL, that's not low.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just being... Yeah, it is.
Still live? So what do you think happened? Blew a diode?
See, it is. No, there'd be burners with the push diode. Well, that's stable, so it could have been that.
Great, I've got some... Should I start like clicking levers into it until things work? What if I hit it with a hammer? Normally I hit it with a hammer.
It wasn't hilarious to Christian, but it's hilarious, bro.
You can go live with someone if you're ready.
Okay. All right. So we're here with the Winston Solar team. It's a lovely lunch break. Everyone's eating up and staying hydrated and generally taking a break from the exciting events of the morning. How was the morning for you guys? How do you feel about going into the afternoon? I know you had some brake issues early on, but those look to have been fixed. So.
Yeah, so last time we talked, I believe we had just came out of the first time, and yeah, we did have issues with the brakes. The rotors were they were too snug, and so they weren't able to move properly, which didn't give the actual wheel enough turning, and so we had to undo our nuts a little bit so that they would just give a little more wiggle room. And then we realized that was an issue, but it wasn't. There was another issue too, and so we also replaced our midnight solar. And now we're thinking about also, well, we are currently replacing our motor controller and hoping that's working, because right now we're still having issues with accelerating, and we should be, like I said, being able to go around 18 to 22 miles an hour, and right now we're only getting 10 to 15, and which is obviously not enough.
Right, teething troubles. But at least you're on the up. Just kind of going around the car, you guys have gone with a very interesting design, especially noting the distance between the wheels at the back is a lot less than at the front. Why is that? And what's the benefit?
So this car, a little bit of history about this car, just so everyone knows. This car has been built over the past 6 years and longer, and so this is not something that I personally worked on. I know people who did, and I know they had issues previously with smaller tires and their ability to hold the car up, because this is running at almost 1,000 pounds, which is one of the heavier cars in this competition, and so I'm not exactly sure why that's the case, but I know that there's actually one of the judges here was part of that team, and it's just
Do you find that weight gives you issues in terms of efficiency when compared to your competitor?
Yeah, the weight does give us issues. This car is always an improvement, right? It's not ever going to be perfect, right? Every year we go back, we look at the drawing board, and we say, what needs to be changed? What needs to be redone? And I think one of the things that, pretty clearly needs to be redone is the brakes, right? That was an issue. It was an attempt. We made a new braking system, and this time it just didn't work. So we've had issues for the past 2 years with it, and so I'm not part of the team next year, but I might be helping advising, stuff like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new braking system next year. And there's also some older equipment that probably needs to be replaced and stuff like that. And there's other things that off the top of my head, I can't remember. But yeah, this is always a work in progress.
What's the improvement that you're most proud of making over your time at the team?
So when I was here with another team member, we created this new dashboard, which the older one, I don't know if there's pictures of it, was a lot larger. It was a lot larger and taller and larger, which was really not great. There was a little too much in the front, and so actually you can see this front part was mostly covered by that previous dashboard, which a previous member and I put together. We welded it, we grinded it, we did all that stuff, and so it makes it a lot easier actually for the electrical crew as well to see their wireless and stuff like that. So it makes it easier not just for mechanical but also electrical. So that's probably the thing I'm most proud of.
Team has to work together. All right, thanks so much. Good luck later today, and hope to hear from you soon. How goes the work over here?
Oh, it's going.
It's going?
Yes, it's going.
Do you think you guys will be ready to run again by the end of the month?
Yes. Yes, sir, we will.
Good to hear.
We had a bearing that was overheating back here, and that put such a load on the motor that we think it burnt the windings up in the motor. So we've put another motor on it. We've packed as much grease as we possibly can in the bearing, and so we're putting a chain on it because we were running a 10-tooth sprocket on the motor. This is a 14-tooth, so we're having to redo our chain as well.
Well, exciting stuff. Look forward to seeing you out there again.
We're keeping our
Fingers crossed.
Say a silent prayer for us.
Of
please.
course.
Or an out loud prayer, either one.
It's significantly easier to get in and out. I put my bag down. Hey, it's 1:30, right? Or 12:30? Fire thing. Yeah. 30 minutes. So it's like, even though it's taking the string of course, it's up to the driver. If they want to take it off, or just scared to run it flat. Oh, really? Cars went flat. Oh. Oregon and us.
So you heard this? So well, he knows because he's driving. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for driving for us.
Of course. They're just so if you want to, probably don't hit the glass. Yeah. Just some advice.
Don't hit the
nails.
glass.
Don't hit the glass. Let me give you some advice. Thank you, guys.
If you don't want to get a flat tire, keep air in your tire.
Keep air in it. Yeah. What do you need? Wait. Are you good?
I just kind of wanted to ask what the driving situation is.
Oh, also, could I get a water bottle?
Yeah.
What happened?
So we actually came with 4 people, and we actually brought one driver, but the clearance of the roll cage to the driver was less than 5 centimeters, which didn't pass the mechanical scrutineering. So we had to go to Raisinbeck Aviation High School, and I'm not too sure what the other one is, but it's their team's called Flying Fortress. And we recruited 1 driver from that team and then 3 from their team, because they have 12 members and 11 drivers, and we have 4 and 0 drivers. So, I guess by recruiting drivers, we doubled our team as well. So we're very excited to see our car on the track again.
Yeah, you guys had a solar panel issue before. One fell off, right?
Yeah.
You fixed that for these?
Yeah, all we had to do was just add more dual lock on the bottom of it, and I don't think it was fastened properly when we started. In the morning it was very stressful, so we didn't go through completely our checklist of what we need to get done. And also one of our aux batteries shut off, and so now we know when the aux batteries die and how often to replace them. So yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Ready?
And just like that, they're about to go out.
Hazard. All right. How do I turn this off?
So green is left, blue is right, middle is hazard.
They're going through the starting procedures right now.
All right, horn check. Oh, that's loud.
Everything needs to be well checked before they go out. Make sure they meet the safety standards, or else they wouldn't be allowed to.
You can dump it in the water. Radio check. Radio check.
Radio check. He's got an ice-cold Dasani in there to battle the Texas heat.
Radio check. Radio check. Okay. You have your radio, Caleb?
How are you feeling ahead of this exciting challenge?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've had reports of glass on turns 3, so I'm a little bit skeptical of that, but I'll keep an eye on the road. I know my team, Raisinbeck, got a flat, and Oregon also got a flat. So far, those are the only 2 teams that I've heard of getting flats on turn 3.
Have you driven this car before?
I've not. I have driven the slalom, but I've not driven out on the track yet.
Well, good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Radio check. Radio check. Got it. Can you hear me? Look at that. We're pulling the canopy over. Canopy up. yet? Ignition? Oh, okay. Ignition. Alright. You guys don't have reverse.
Nope.
No reverse. Alright. There you go. Going forward. Yeah, no, we don't have reverse. Okay.
So this car, unlike some others, doesn't have a reverse gear, which isn't necessarily a problem because you're not aiming to go backwards around the racetrack. But it does mean that to get it out of its garage, they're going to have to push it out backwards. The car is on, and away they go.
So we actually figured out that one of our panels is dropping a lot of time. We were just acting as a resistor on one panel. Oh, that's what it was.
So we are here with KCAL Solar Cruisers. How was the morning? How do you feel about where you are and where you're going to go?
Well, the morning was a little bit interesting. So we only got about 45 minutes actually on the track because at the end of yesterday, after we had already passed scrutineering, our motor controller decided to throw a fit on us. So we had to replace our motor controller, rewire it, replace the throttle pedal, all that stuff. So we just got back out on the track. But since we've gotten back out on the track, it's going fantastic.
Good. So you're feeling confident going into the rest of today and, you know, the rest of the days. You're going to be able to put some good running?
Absolutely. So like I said, we had to switch some stuff out, but we were averaging probably about 30 today for a Classic Division car. We definitely drained our batteries, but we were trying to make up for not having that full 4-hour session.
Could you give us a little bit of insight into sort of how that works with the battery management? You went a little bit quicker, but you felt you could do that because you're doing less time left over. How do you look at telemetry? How do you decide how fast you're going?
So we have a full built telemetry system that we built from scratch with an Arduino, and we've got a GPS module right here on the front of the car. It's got a light sensor on that plate as well as a radio antenna for communication back to our pits. So we have constant readings of heat in different spots on the car, and as well as battery voltage, input from the panels, all sorts of fantastic information that we're constantly monitoring. We ran it down to about half of the battery's capacity because over this 2-hour break for lunch, we should be able to be about at full charge. So,
and we spoke yesterday, and you mentioned that you would really focus on cost efficiency when building this car. Give us a little bit of insight into the specific sort of parts you're most proud of and what's interesting.
Right, so our front suspension is all off of an ATV. It's off of a Kawasaki Bayou to be specific, and there's a shop over in Haltom City called Mr. Motorcycle, and they had a whole bunch of spare parts that they were able to throw at us for pretty cheap. So I think we got our whole front suspension set up, including the knuckles, spindles, everything, for, I want to say, maybe $200 or less. And then our front wheels are actually for a four-wheeler, and they were twice, almost 3 times the size, and we had them cut down so we could fit high pressure, high rolling, or low rolling resistance tires on the front and still have a tread.
And the solar panel?
The solar panels, we balled out a little bit on these. The ones we had last year were donated, and they were about 12% efficiency. The cap for the Classic is 20%. You have to have under 20%. So our panels are 19% efficient. We looked around at a whole bunch of different places, and we actually had a really good connection with a company that does solar panels too. So with 3 panels, we'd be making the same power as we did with 5 last year, and we're running 4 panels this year. So we're doing fantastic with that.
And final question, what about this car, if anything, would you change if you'd had the time, and what's next in the innovation chain?
So this car was started in August of this year.
So it's brand new?
This is a brand new car. We started at the beginning of the school year, taught everybody how to weld at the beginning of the year, and we didn't get most of our parts in until December. So if I could change one thing about it, I would have it be a little more drawn out of a project. There's some stuff that we could definitely reduce weight on. There's some physical corners we could shave to actually save some pounds.
Fair enough, but still looks like a hell of a machine. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck.
Nice.
right, so we're here with the Solar Falcon race team. How did the morning go for you guys? How do you feel? And what do you think? How do you think the rest of the day's going?
This morning went by personally really fast. We worked together as a team really effectively and well, and so far we're doing good.
We had a few problems in our side chance, but we got them done quickly because we all worked as a team.
What specific problems did you have?
So over here, this bearing right here, it cracked, and we had to take it out. So we all, it was pressure welded, I guess you could say, because it was so stuck in there. And we had to take it out. We used cutters, and then we used the screwdriver to get it out.
So that was causing you problems when you were out on track?
Yeah. And then over here with the problem. Luis.
Oh, we'll make
okay. It's fine. Yeah.
Find them later.
Okay, so from what I've heard, there is a bolt that bent. I'm not really sure. Which bolt bent? I wasn't here.
Alright, so earlier during the race, around probably our 6th, 7th lap, we started hearing this loud, annoying noise, and we realized that there was a bolt right here that was popping out, and it was bended, and it was hitting our speed sensor. So we worked as a team together. We got this done really fast, and we still had the time to catch up and place in a race. So.
Great. So you guys are running 2 cars.
Yes, we are running 2 cars.
Which of the 2 was more fun to build?
Honestly, probably that one.
Me personally, I'm a welder. It was more fun building this car than that car because we had more job fabricating for the solar array.
Which one's more fun to drive?
Obviously this one because of the speed.
Right. And I think how the strategies for these 2 are obviously very different because one's battery powered, one's solar powered. How difficult is it to manage both of those things at the same time? Obviously, you have a team to help do that for you.
It is really kind of difficult because we have to have a lot of time management wise, and then management with the battery. Find that specific peak point of efficiency to have enough battery to go around and enough to have charged.
Do you have an onboard telemetry system that monitors it?
I believe so, which is right here.
Oh wow! Full screen dash and everything.
Yeah, we're currently just charging the panels right now because we have a 2-hour break. So.
Right, and you have some more running to do later.
Yeah.
Well, great. I think that's all from me. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thank you. We're just... So you're from Heroes Alliance, right?
Yes.
How did the morning go, and how do you guys feel going into the rest of the day?
The morning went very well for us. We did our full throttle. Our full throttle is programmed at like 40%. Our motor is, we want to keep an eye on our motor so that it doesn't, the temperature doesn't go above 200, or otherwise we had experience with it. The brush assembly could actually melt. So we want to keep an eye on that, and it's been going pretty well for the morning. So we hope we can keep on going full throttle to that 40% in the afternoon, but it's getting pretty hot, and we can, it's help that we do it. But everything's been great. No mechanical issues, nothing like that. We get good air on the passenger and driver side, everything like that.
So you're not overheating in the car?
No, nothing. Everything's been going good. So, you know how I mentioned 200 degrees, we've been going 180, 185, stuff like that.
Within a margin of it?
Within the margin, of course, yep.
What would you say about this car are you most proud of in terms of the building? What innovation here have you done that you think really makes a difference?
So this car has been innovated multiple times. This car, I believe 2018, that's how old it is. The same chassis, we've been using it for that time, 2017, 2018, stuff like that. We've added things, we've changed things, we've fixed things. The most proud thing, all of it, I don't really have anything to choose, it's all of it. The front, we added a different type of windshield and front bumper. The shocks, we changed those out from the last time. The battery mechanism, that's a real good change. So maybe that could
we saw one of your guys' pit stops and it was really quick.
Right. And a major change, I think that would be my favorite one. We went from a solid axle, 4 wheels, to a trike, basically, like a bike. And we took that off.
And that, I mean, when cornering, that helps you massively.
Oh, yeah, that does. Yep. We did have issues last year because that's when we had the solid axle. We did have issues where it would like actually skid one of the wheels. Right.
And are you just using like a motorcycle swing arm in the back, basically?
Motorcycle, yep. The whole assembly's from a motorcycle, and we just added like a motor mount to it.
Yeah. Final question. We've got obviously several different categories out on track today, and you guys have 2 people in the car. What's the dynamic like between the driver and the co-driver?
So
what goes on between?
Right. So the driver mainly focuses, me as a driver as well. We focus on driving, obviously. That's the main focus. We gotta drive, make sure there's like other cars in the lane, stuff like that. Everybody, per the rules, is supposed to honk their horn, turn on the turn signal when passing. So you gotta make sure and listen every single time as well, that when somebody's passing you, you pay attention. And for me, I just give them a thumbs up, let them know that I actually heard. And as for the technician, they get very busy on the radio because you don't want to be calling the driver all the time. We got driving, everything like that. We need both our hands, at least both our hands on the steering wheel. Sometimes it's one for the turn signal, stuff like that, usual things. But the technician, the passenger, they usually relay the information on the telemetry, relay the voltage to keep an eye on that, voltage for the auxiliary battery and the main pack. They rely anything else that the driver wants, needs, and asks about, anything like that, because, like I said before, the driver needs to focus on that.
Do you guys have a full telemetry system installed in here?
Define full telemetry. We have a GPS system, kind of, speedometer. That's the main thing, a speedometer. Then we also have some sensors. I can show you over here as well. So this is our kind of a cheap device here. Just this powered on by the USB there. That works perfectly fine. It's nothing fancy. And then we have these. This one is for the main battery pack, and this one right here is for the auxiliary. So this one would actually show a percentage, and you can press a button and it will show the actual voltage on it. And this one shows the voltage of the main battery pack.
Okay. One last question. You guys don't have solar panels, obviously, on the car, that is. And so you're running from a battery. How have you determined what your strategy is in terms of how fast you go versus battery drain?
Right. We did some testing before. Like I mentioned before, we have it at like a 40% to not stress the motor out too much. We did some tests on 35% and 45%, and so we did some laps around the big parking lot, and we tested out the batteries as well, see like when we were stuck going down and stuff like that. So 35.
Are you primarily limited by battery or motor?
I'd say this year would be the motor. We don't want that motor to be overheating. Obviously, that would be that would be a major failure. But just in case, we do have a spare. We don't want that to happen, but we do have a spare. I was saying as well, we had 35%, 45%. So we ran it straight, 35%, back, forth, laps, and that was good on the motor, nothing overheating. But when we ran 45%, that was really at its limit, and that was about, I would say it was yesterday or 2 days ago. Like the day was really hot as well. So ambient temperature was around 100, I'd say, or 105, and the motor really got hot. It was like 250-ish. We do want.
It's not healthy for the motor.
We don't want it. We searched up we were trying to look at the exact motor plastic rating, but we found nothing. So we found some general information. They said around 200 or 212 to 250 is the limit for most of the plastics for that assembly of the brush. And yep, that's what we're running right now for that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck. And yeah, see you.
guys. Welcome back after a nice lunch break, hopefully, for everybody here. For some people, the lunch break has been a little busier than others. So I'm here standing with a member from Presidio High School. Will you go ahead and introduce yourself and say what you do as part of your team?
Uber Carrasco, and what I do is the electrical part. So we work on wires and the devices that are connected to the batteries.
That's awesome. So tell me a little bit about your car. Walk me through, what division you're in and how long you've been racing.
We're at the Advanced Classic Division, and this is our first year racing. But Presidio has competed before 4 years ago, but that was a different team, and they graduated already.
All right. So if you're a first-time racer, so tell me, what is it like to be out here for the first time? Has it been challenging so far for you? Is it exciting to be here? What have you gone through so far?
Well, we thought that it was going to be easy because we thought that we had everything covered. But once we got here into scrutineering, we found a lot of problems. We were able to fix them, but at first we thought that we were not going to make it. But then we were able to fix them, and the judges helped us a lot.
Awesome. I'm glad you guys stayed determined to go through all your stations. Do you mind telling us a little bit about what kind of problems you guys found during scrutineering and what type of things you had to overcome?
Yeah, one problem was the suspension. Apparently, the suspension was to the point where, let's see, it was not mounted properly according to them because it's upwards, right? But for some models, they could be to the sides. But ours, the car, there has this thing that has to be straight for the suspension that holds the wheels. And for us, it was up. But once we put the jack on, it went straight. So what's pulling it down might be the weight. And they asked us to jump over the car, and we did it. And since they saw that the car didn't really do anything bad, they thought that it was good, so they let that go. And something else was the roll cage. It wasn't covering the head of the driver, so the welders had to weld 2 pieces of metal on the side so that it would cover the head.
Awesome. So we're actively making little changes, proving whether the car can be safe or not to drive out on the track. And it's now race day, so you've made it to racing. Tell me a little bit about where your car's at right now, what you're working on, how race day 1 has been for you.
Well, our car has run some laps now, not the most, but we started out going fast, not as fast as everyone, but as fast as we thought that we would go, 20 miles per hour, let's say. And then after a few laps, it started slowing down, and we thought that it was the voltage, so we came down to the pit row and all the way here to the garage to check the voltage, and it was high, so we checked other stuff, and we found out that the problem was with the wheels. The wheels, they were not spinning freely. They were sort of like difficult to move, so it was the brakes, they were too tight. We had to loosen them up on the front wheels.
So you're making a lot of changes, and your team is still working right now to make sure you guys are ready for the afternoon session. Are you comfortable and confident that you're going to get the car back up and running today or for tomorrow so you can continue to have a good race?
Yeah, we should be able to get the car running right now. Actually, it's charging, and it's almost fully charged, and they're almost finished with the back wheel.
That's awesome. It's going to be a good feeling. And speaking of good feelings, what is it like for your team as a whole to be out here racing? Is it a relief to have passed scrutineering and to be here kind of overall out at Texas Motor Speedway? Not something a lot of high school students can say they've done before.
Well, as a team, we've been liking the experience here. We got to a new place, and then we actually like the car a lot. And some of the team members, they wanted to drive it as well, but they need to wait a little more for the driver's licenses so that they'll be able to drive it. But they'll be driving, let's say, maybe that car, but with different things. Maybe they'll change it, or they'll make a new one to make a lighter car.
Always got to make changes and make things better, as we've got a nice busy garage here. So tell me, it's been nice and hot out here today. You guys been working out in the sunshine. How has it been trying to stay cool, calm, collected as a team and work through some challenges together as a group?
Well, not that easy for some and easier for others. But we all like ice cream and cold water, and we stay in the shade when we can.
Awesome. I like ice cream too, so I guess that's one thing that we have in common there. So, we've got the rest of the day today. We've got 3 more days of racing. What kind of goals do you have personally for your team and for your car for this race?
We want to get as many miles as possible and to not get penalized and lose miles, because if we get penalized a lot and lose miles, we could run like a lot, but by losing a lot of miles, we would be like in the last pieces, and we want to be in the high.
Awesome. Okay, so no penalties. So keep keeping your hat on then, and doing some of those good things to make sure we don't have any penalties here. That's great to hear. Looking forward to seeing how your team continues and keeps on and get back out there to drive again. So I'm glad you guys are fixing things up. As we continue on, just as out of curiosity, especially for someone who's new on the team, if people are out there watching and they're thinking, maybe I want to join a solar team, or maybe I want to do something like this, what would you say to them if they were thinking about it? Would you encourage them to join a team? Why? Or what would you say to them?
Well, absolutely. They'll learn a lot. I'm in the electrical, but I've learned a bunch of mechanical stuff and other things as well. And like everyone, they've learned a little bit of everything. And so let's say that you get into the mechanical part, you might end up working in electrical stuff, and you'll learn a lot. And you'll like the experience.
That's good. Liking the experience is important.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, well, that's great to hear. Before we sign off and send it on back to look at some more cars and see different things, wanted to let you have a little bit of time to say thank you or say anything to anybody watching, maybe cheering you on back in Presidio, and anything else you'd like to say.
All right. First, thank you to the school district. They paid for the stuff, and the teachers as well. They paid for things that we had to order, like the MPPT. We ordered it before, but it didn't arrive, so we had to pay for another one and then wait for it to arrive. So teachers put in a lot of money as well. Then our parents, they always took us to after school. They let us stay there and work on the car. They support us. Also, well, the principal, she said that she's amazed with how the car looks. She didn't know that such a program existed because from where she's from, Canutillo, like they don't have that. So this is the first time she's seeing a solar car, and she really likes the program.
That's so great. I'm glad to hear, and thanks so much. Again, join me in rooting on as they get their car back out on the track and we see them racing again. Thank you guys so much, and we'll send it back to you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Mackenzie. And we're going to head back out to the track. Now, one thing you might have noticed is there aren't so many cars on the track right now. That's because we've been in a lunch break, which means that both the Classic and Advanced Classic divisions have been braking, and they've been recharging here over by the garages. So it is now 1:35, and at 2 o'clock, all those cars will go back out on the track, and it'll be a crowded racetrack again. So stay tuned and come back in about 25 minutes, and we can see all those cars in action.
Right, I'm going to sneak in here for a sec. You've just had lunch. You're ready to go out for the last 2 hours of the race. What's the battery strategy? What's the battery strategy? Are you going to be conserving, or are you just going to try and...
I think we're okay now, right? We had issues with the battery because we had issues with the brakes, and it was using too much power and draining them. But now that we have the brakes resolved, we should be able to go fast, and we need to make up for lost laps, so we're planning on pushing it kind of hard.
All right, good luck. Cool, we'll go down here. Presidio has been working hard to get their car ready. Squeeze in here for a second. Come off lunch, you have 2 hours left.
I feel alright, it feels good still.
You guys talking about back in the last 23?
Yes, sir. I'm confident.
You going to be getting fast?
Yes, sir. We've been keeping up with the same miles per hour. It's 24. 24. Solid. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Now, if I have seen correctly, the previous leader, who would still be leading once all lunch breaks are sorted out, Raisinbeck, has caught a flat tire, potentially due to debris. I've heard that there's some glass scattered on turn 3, and so some teams have been struggling to avoid that. And so one of their, it's the left rear tire has gone. They've limped over into the pits here. They've got that car up on the jacks, and they're taking that tire off. Obviously, this is one of the advanced cars with hub motors, so that does make replacing the tire a little bit easier than if it had a chain and sprocket. And it looks like they've just lowered that, which is a very efficient turnaround from them. But they're still, their margin of their winning margin over second place Iron Lions is not quite enough for them to be able to afford something like this without a little bit of stress. So they're clearly very anxious to get out. Stuffing the driver in there, making sure that everything's okay. But again, a very efficient turnaround from them. That was a remarkable job. So one interesting thing, if you look at their cockpit, is they've got a reflective material on the roof there. They've clearly seem to have noticed that putting a human in a perspex capsule for hours on end is probably a great way to boil them alive. And despite the fact that that's a very lightweight and very simple solution, I do think it's going to provide A, some shade, and B, some thermal boundary, perhaps cool it down a little bit in there.
Just leave them on. I think we're good. It's easier to take it off. My hands are pretty sweaty, so if somebody wants to move it behind.
Just quickly, you guys caught a flat?
Yes, sir. The left rear, there's some sort of debris, whether it be gravel or glass, out in turn 3, and we've had issues with it twice. Yeah.
You guys still think the margin's good to second place?
We should be okay for today. Obviously, we're not sure how the race is going to go.
Get a radio.
Go do your job. Thank you.
No run, though.
Safety first over here. You can see now as they push out that car to keep going, because obviously they're in the advanced category. The other classic division lining up here as the lunch break comes to an end. We now have 4 cars ready to start the second half of the day, perhaps less than half. 2 hours, charged batteries. It's going to be something of a sprint to the end. Yeah, but a controlled one nonetheless.
Have you spent your 30 minutes?
Yeah.
I got a radio jack.
Go ahead, go ahead.
And off they go.
But it's going to be on a road. So don't compare them. I know he's going fast. So that makes it more difficult to steer around it. You're going to find the end. At the end of the day, they're going to go straight. Okay.
I love that comment.
All right, welcome back. Cars are about to roll out, and before the Classic Division cars all hit the racetrack at 2 o'clock in just a few minutes, we have the Iron Lions here being interviewed by our very own Mackenzie. All right, Mackenzie, go ahead and take it away.
Alrighty. Hey guys, back over here in the garages with the mighty Iron Lions team out of Greenville, Texas. A really, really incredible team and just as equally incredible students. But I'll go ahead and let them introduce themselves as well as kind of their role on the team and how long they've been a part of it.
Hi, I'm Daniel Pitts and I'm the captain.
I'm Anik Escobar. I'm the co-captain.
And so have you guys first year on the team or is this multiple years in the run-in?
This is my third year.
And this is my second year.
Awesome. Okay, so you got some veteran solar car members over here. So tell me, first off, for people who maybe are less familiar with the Solar Car Challenge, what makes an advanced car special from some of the other divisions?
Well, an advanced car is special because we're running the lithium-ion batteries, which have a larger capacity and they can run a larger voltage. But and then we also are running a hub motor, which is basically just built into the wheel, and then we have better solar cells, which are basically just a solar panel.
So more efficient all around, a little more expensive, and ultimately, hopefully, more reliable. So now tell me in specific a little bit about your car. It's got a bit of a history here at the race. It's now second year we've seen it. If you'd be willing to go into a little bit about the journey that car has taken and where we're at now. I'll start over with you.
So we started designing this car in 2019, and we were planning on racing in 2020, but due to COVID, we actually didn't start building it until 2021. And since it's made out of carbon fiber, we were like rookies to everything, to an advanced car. We learned how to lay the carbon fiber down. We were new to lithium-ion batteries, and it's a whole process, just like learning how to do new stuff, coming from advanced classic to an advanced car. And so our car, we're still learning and going with it, and we're still trying to get the best out of it.
Do you want to add anything to that?
No, that pretty much sums it up. It's basically just been one long learning curve.
Yeah, one long learning curve is right. But this car, I'm telling you guys, is one of the most stunning cars I've seen. She really is beautiful. So you can tell these students spent a really long time working on this vehicle. So tell me a little bit about how she's performed. Last year was her first time kind of debuting at the track. Did really, really well, and then had kind of a horrifying mishap for that last day, if we remember correctly. But now we're back and we're better than ever, right? So tell me a little bit about that and tell me where you're on now.
Well, so far, like you said last year, we were having issues with our spot welds staying connected to the battery. So this year we chose to go with the Veruzen solar kit to make the batteries. Basically, instead of spot welding, it uses compression to hold the batteries together. And so that's hopefully one of the better upgrades we've done to the car.
Awesome. So how are you performing so far? We're in the afternoon of day one, and how are you guys feeling as a team?
I think we're performing pretty well. I think the first day you're figuring your car out, you're getting to know what she wants to do basically, and you're going to work with the car. And so after today, I feel pretty confident, and then we're going to get our numbers right, our strategy, we're going to get it all after day one, and we should be performing pretty well based on our numbers so far. So.
Yeah, for sure. I know you guys are a really top-performing team, and we're really excited to see you guys perform really well. And I know there's other top-performing teams out here on the track that are kind of fun to compete against. Can you tell people back at home what it feels like to be surrounded by other really great solar car students and solar car teams, and what it's like to kind of have a competition out there on the track?
Well, it's definitely interesting. It's definitely a really close race right now, but it's fun. It's something so unique that nobody else gets to do this. It's super unique.
No, that's awesome. What about you? How's the community feel for you?
It feels amazing. It's like all of us here share the same challenge. We all go through the same things. We're all here in the heat. We're all going through the exact same experience. And it's really amazing seeing how we're all coming together to do this challenge and just wanting the best for our car, wanting the best for our team. And you really learn the value of teamwork just being here, and not just from your own team, but from other teams.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much, Iron Lions. I know you're neck and neck out there in competition, so you're dying to get back out there, so I'll let you go. But I really appreciate you taking some time to come chat with us, and we'll check in with you guys later in the race, all right? So go ahead and say bye, and thank you to everyone who's supporting Iron Lions.
Great. Thank you, Mackenzie. And now back out the trackside where the cars are beginning to roll out on the track for the afternoon session.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Our next team up is Round Rock, Texas's own Stony Point High School. Got 25 seconds. Stony Point, have a great day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Next up is the Presidio team. This is a Los Diableros team from Presidio. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Presidio. Next team up is Wiley East. Winston. All right, Winston, you're almost out seconds away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Winston solo. This team is from Keller IC. The KCAL team, you have 15 seconds. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, KCAL. Palmdale Electric, how are you this afternoon? This weather must make you think that you're home in Palmdale. Palmdale Electric. It is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a great afternoon. All right, Palmdale Classic, if you come on up. countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Solar Falcons. Hello, Kids School. How are y'all doing this afternoon? Good. 15 seconds. Holy Solar, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Kids School. Let's go! 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Ingenuity. Our last team to start this afternoon is from Somerset, Kentucky. The Stony Jumpers. Our director, Covenant Flagger, please. Covenant Flagger. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Solar Jumpers.
Watch where you're going. Walk where you're going. Face the way you're walking. Thank you.
Well, Mackenzie, so here we are a little past 2 o'clock, and all the cars that are working have rolled back onto the track. So tell me, how has the first half of the first day looked, and what do we expect?
Yeah, well, first half is kind of how we were expecting. Teams are feeling their cars out. So we've seen a lot of cars on and off the track, figuring some things out, luckily getting back on the track, and ultimately kind of feeling how their car wants to perform right now. There's, like you said earlier, there's nothing quite like doing it in real life that practice can't give you. So we're seeing that happen, and we've got the results right now from kind of coming back off that lunch break. So we have the top 3 in every team division get recognition at the very end of the race. So currently what we're seeing for today, in our classic division, we have the Holy Solars holding strong at 58 laps. Really good for a classic team. And that followed by Pirate Ingenuity and then Ballard after them. So that's kind of how our top 3 ranking is going. So that's good to hear there. The Advanced Classic, we have Covenant Christian nice and strong at 73 laps, followed by Wiley East, and they're coming in at 64. So we're starting to see gaps in between kind of these places within these cars.
Right.
And after Wiley, we have the Solar Falcons, their Advanced Classic. Now, the advanced cars, if you remember, they raced throughout that lunch break, so they've still been going. And we're seeing a pretty tight battle currently between the Iron Lions and Raw's team. They've been going back and forth kind of all day. The most recent I checked, when we hit to start, of course, was with Iron Lions at that 157 and Raw's at 156. So obviously they're going to be pretty tight this year, and we expect them to continue to stay pretty neck and neck with one another, assuming nothing goes wrong. And then after that, we have Oregon, who's doing a great job sticking along right after them. So proud to see those teams lined up there. And then we have our EV cars who did pull off again for that lunch break. We've got Heroes Alliance at 47 laps, doing really great, followed by Solar Falcons, 31 again. So we're seeing those kind of gaps in between the teams. And then the Solar Jumpers are right after that, so taking 3rd for EV right now. Again, it seems like we have a grouping of laps, but when we talk about what we may be expecting, with these cars, if something goes wrong, if there's a breakdown, that can take a car off for quite a long time, and these gaps will change very dramatically. So while we may think that things are kind of spaced out right now, you never want to bet on that for too long.
That's right. So I've noticed that between the Classic, even the Advanced Classic, and then the truly advanced divisions, there's just a huge, twice the amount of laps that these advanced cars are getting over the other cars. Is that because they have more driving time through lunch, or is it because of technology? What is it that makes those advanced cars so much faster, efficient, and have so many more laps?
I think from my experience, I mean, it's exactly what you're talking about. That technology is so much more reliable, it's so much more efficient. They're running with panels that have greater efficiency, so they're drawing in more energy. And a big thing that you see between a lot of the classic, advanced cars is that these advanced cars can actually sustain continuing running through that lunch period. They don't need to stop and charge, whereas a lot of the classic cars and the advanced classic cars, their batteries and their panels can't put up with recharging the way that they're discharging. So they have to ultimately pull off the track and sit and charge.
All right, they discharge at a much higher rate than they're able to charge.
Exactly. So because of that, the advanced teams were able to go much farther, much faster, because they can actually sustain that easier due to having better technology, more efficient technology, and ultimately just kind of having a nice fine-tuned machine.
Okay, now up to this point, let's talk about the breakdowns and problems. I seem to recollect several teams having problems with brakes, adding way too much friction for their wheels while they weren't braking, and slowing their cars down and wasting electricity. I think we had one team that had to replace maybe a whole motor controller.
Yep.
What other issues? Maybe some busted tires. What's been plaguing all these teams so far?
Yeah, we've honestly seen kind of an array of things, as you mentioned. So everything you brought up, I've also seen as we've talked to some teams. You mentioned the tire situation. I think we've now had 3 blowouts kind of in the same little area of the track, which begs the question if there's something out there or not, or if these teams just have horrible luck right there. So we're seeing problems with tires, needing to replace tires, motors, and things of that nature. You mentioned the brakes. Really, we're seeing kind of, again, these cars being tested under endurance situations. So we've seen a couple different things. And then also just driving, getting used to driving the cars out there on the track. We've seen a couple situations where, team members may not be driving in the way that they're meant to, not following perfect protocol, and we have to go in and correct that to make sure everyone stays safe. So day one is kind of everyone getting under kind of what the rules are and what their boundaries are as a car.
Okay, great. And so, Mackenzie, can you let me know, what are we going to see? What do we expect to see in these last 2 hours of today? There's only 2 hours. They had time to charge for an hour and a half over lunch. What's the strategy right now?
Sure, yeah. You're going to see some teams start to get a little faster as we near the end of the day, because they know that they're not conserving their energy for the rest of the day, right? They know that they're hitting towards an end. However, for a lot of these teams, they've got to make sure that they're not drawing too much power, they're not going to discharge too far, because ultimately we still have 3 more days of this race, right? So we're still going to kind of play a balance game there, but we might see a little bit of speed pickup, especially with some of these teams that are feeling antsy by being close together. I could see some of the advanced teams start to feel a little like they gotta get a place for today so they can see where they'll be tomorrow, and we're gonna start seeing teams kind of line themselves up for the rest of the race.
All right, well, that's real exciting, and I can tell from my feeds here that there is a lot more action happening, both on the track and in the garage areas. So let's go over and see what kind of emergency is being worked on right now with.
Where's the cap that goes
right here?
Fell off. Jake, we got it.
All right, let's rev nut.
That's good.
Okay. Where you are.
Sure. So this team, we're looking at Covenant Christian. Covenant Christian has a really unique car. It's actually very different from many of the other vehicles on the track. And one of the things you can see that they're working with is they've actually attached the aeroshell, the body around that car, using rivets. Same way you'd see airplanes be made or ships be made. And you don't see that very frequently with many of the other teams. So currently I see them redoing some of these attachments here, fixing up some things within their car, which is obviously a speed challenge, as you can see them working fast because they're currently in first place for their division.
I see, so that's a strut to help support the solar array, and it's riveted into the sheet metal on the side of the car, and it looks like those rivets might not have held so well.
So it looks here that the front bodywork of the Covenant Racing car has just come undone. The rivets themselves holding the aluminium plate in place, and by extension, the solar panel canopy on top of cars.
Now it looks like
that's
we got
not
someone
safe
else pulled over here on the side.
or fast.
like they're
So
sitting
they
at
brought
the
it into the
very
pits here, and they're making some emergency repairs, emergency Loctite.
Pretty
The
great
holy
glue.
trinity of
If you're
Loctite,
sitting
zip
at a
ties, and
driver's
duct tape
exchange area, they either could be
might
swapping
bring this
drivers real
together.
quick. They could be checking little things. Although those EV cars do tend to come off the track pretty frequently with their battery change. Usually you see driver changes happen around the same time because they know they're going to have to come off.
Right.
So sometimes these little pit stops for the EV cars are not as planned as they may look like they are.
From the driver perspective.
And here's Tomek.
So I must have hit a bump or something because this strut right here just kind of fell out. It's a pretty simple fix, but it takes a while, so it's unfortunate that we're losing.
And you can drive without.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're lucky that it was something I could drive back to the pit lane with.
Okay, I'm going to get out the way because it looks like you're almost done. Best of luck. A big bravo to the Covenant Cougars for a really excellent repair job. That was incredibly fast. So yeah, just to recap, that front left strut that holds the solar panels up just broke off as the driver went over a bump. We've heard complaints about debris and track surface for a couple different teams now. And it's something that's just dangerous to drive without because the solar panels could collapse not only the car's means of propulsion but could also injure the driver who's underneath. Thankfully, nothing to do with the drivetrain necessarily, so he could bring it back without much issue. And they're fixed and ready to go back out. Hopefully this doesn't hinder them too much. This is a team that really has struggled with issues all of today, so I'm glad that this didn't cost them as much as it potentially could have. Had it caused more ensuing damage before they could have fixed it.
All right, so that was some interesting excitement there. That strut had come off, and they were able to repair that probably in under 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was really quick.
Very impressive, very impressive.
Goes to show how awesome these teams are for how prepared they can be under such high-stress situations.
Had the right tools and they knew how to use them.
Always a good thing.
All right, so let's switch back to trackside here, and we'll see the action on the track. All right, now we are going to talk to the Ballard Bombers from Kentucky with Mackenzie. All right, so we are now cutting over to Mackenzie. Mackenzie, take it away.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back again with another amazing interview with another one of our amazing teams. As Stuart mentioned, this is from the Ballard Bombers team out in Kentucky. So I'll go ahead and have you go ahead and introduce yourself, say how long you've been on the team and what your role is on the team this year.
My name is Briley Blankenship. I am this year's team captain, and this is my second year on this team.
Awesome, Briley. And if I remember correctly, we met last year at some point, but last year your two teams looked a little different because you had a girls' team and a guys' team. So tell me, what's it like being stuck with the boys again now that you guys are into one team this year?
Well, it's safe to say it's not nearly as fun as just the all-girls.
I believe it. So let's talk about your car. This year, what is different from last year? Has you made any changes? What are you bringing to the table here at the Solar Car Challenge?
So we have built a completely new car. We use the same relative design, but a little bit more aerodynamic, and we have a bit better of panels, a bit better of motor, and right around the same tires.
Awesome. Great to hear, and great to see you all out there. You had a couple hiccups in scrutineering, getting all the way through, but you did pass, and you passed with flying colors by the end of it. Will you walk me through a little bit of some of the issues you've seen your car through so far, and what you guys have done to be able to kind of fix those things and get out there on the track?
So one of our main problems were our fuse. We got 2 or 3 different fuses before we could find the right one for our car, and that probably took the longest out of scrutineering. But the rest of the main problem was just a few minor details.
And minor details are always a good thing because we can get in and fix those nice and quick, so it's good to hear that. And you've been able to get out on the track today for day 1 of the race. Tell me about how day 1 has gone, kind of what the day has looked like for you guys so far.
So we started off strong. We started off in first place with a 3-lap lead, I do believe. And around lap 17 or 18, we started having a few issues. Our motor burned out, so we had to fix our motor by getting a new motor. We got a new chain, and then we had to fix the tensioners on our back wheel to get back up and running.
That's amazing. So a lot of changes kind of really quick under a lot of pressure to get back out there on the track again. And currently you can notice that there is not a Ballard Bombers car behind us in the garage. So y'all are out there again. What is it like to have the car back on the track? Are you guys feeling good now, taking a deep breath, and getting some of those laps back in?
We're slowly catching back up to where we need to be. We're currently in 3rd, and we're hoping to finish today, hopefully in 2nd. But it's going a lot smoother now that we have our issues changed. We are just going steady and catching laps.
Awesome here. And so, as I said, the Ballard team is out from Kentucky. So you guys travel down to Texas to be here this year and last year. And I know you've done it twice now. So tell me, what's it like getting to pack up, come all the way to Texas, drive out on Texas Motor Speedway, and be here for the race for people that have never been here before?
It's definitely an exciting experience. It's one-of-a-kind experience as well, that if it wasn't for our school support, our sponsor support, and our advisor, we wouldn't have been able to make it down here. And although it is a 10 to 11-hour trip, it's well worth it.
That's awesome. Glad to hear it's well worth it. Glad to hear you guys are out here feeling good now, because that's always what we want to see. I wanted to ask, obviously, as a really strong young woman that you are, obviously, standing here and being able to talk about all these things, how has the Solar Car Project been able to impact you and kind of what your interests are? Sometimes as young women, we step into a field that's a little different than what some people see. So I'd love to hear what some of your experiences are with that.
So Solar Car has inspired me to go farther into a welding career and also take more industrial maintenance classes within my school.
That's awesome. So a female welder, obviously it takes a lot of guts to be a welder regardless of who you are, so it's really great to hear that. And obviously something you've been able to apply to your car. As students who may be watching, people out there who kind of on the fence about what this whole solar car business might be, if you were to give someone, I don't know, a piece of advice or a piece of encouragement about the Solar Car Challenge, what would you say?
I would highly recommend trying to come down here and watch one of the races or watch it on a live or anything like that. But it very much is a well worth experience and a very fun experience.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. And like I said, I'll try not to keep it too much. We're trying to keep cool down here in the garages on this hot Texas day. But I did want to know, now that you guys are back out there, you've talked about your goals for the end of the day. As a team, what are you hoping for this experience as a whole for you guys to walk away with and kind of end the race with, as we've got 3 days to go? So what are you guys kind of hoping for?
Well, last year we got no mechanical or electrical failures. We can't do that this year because we had a little bit of a mess up. But what we're hoping for is either second or trying for first, just to kind of get up there within the teams and make ourselves better than we did last year.
Always better than last year. A great goal to have. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come sit and chat with us. Before I let you get back to what you're going and doing, and hopefully staying cool and hydrated, I wanted to let this time, if you wanted to say anything else to anybody who's watching, hopefully cheering on the Ballard Bombers back home, even some of the boys on the team, what would you like to say to anybody back home?
Thank you very much to our school and our school system for all the support. Thank you to all of our sponsors around Ballard, McCracken, and any other counties around us. We appreciate it more than you can believe because you are allowing us to come down here and represent you and our school.
And thank you so much. You've had a wonderful representation, and we really appreciate it. And we thank you guys so much for cheering us on. Good luck to the rest of the Ballard Bombers team as they keep on racing. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Mackenzie, and thank you to the Ballard Bombers from Kentucky who made it all the way down here for this race. Now we're going to go back to trackside and see some cars making some laps, and we also have at least 3 breakdowns that have had cars from the classic divisions come in, and so very shortly, once we get in position, we'll talk to some of those teams. All right, so we now have the Winston Schools team. They are having some technical difficulties, and we are going to catch up with them and see what in the world is going on with their car. Let's switch over to Tomek and Jacob.
Throughout the day, especially at the beginning with the brakes. What happened?
Our motor controller became overheated, and we were trying to figure out a solution to fix it. And so one of our team members ran over to Best Buy, got us a couple fans, and we're now using aluminum and fans to jury-rig a solution to cool it down. So right there, Penelope is trying to splice some wire together from our 12-volt system to power it, and hopefully this will fix our problems and make us go a lot faster.
So more thermal mass, more airflow equals better cooling?
Yes.
Okay. That's real-time engineering for you, folks. Do you guys have telemetry that's monitoring exactly how hot it's getting?
We don't have a full telemetry system, but we do have the Midnight Classic, which monitors our input and output with our batteries and our solar panels. And hopefully next year we get some more on that, but can't this year.
Did you think this was going to be an issue before you came?
No, we didn't realize that it was going to be this hot and that it would affect it like this. This was a last-minute solution.
And do you think it's going to potentially cause some more permanent damage, or do you think with this in place it should be fine?
With this in place, it should work perfectly fine.
Well, heard it from the horse's mouth. Fingers crossed for you. this car here is the number 8 of the Presidio team. A car that seems to honestly be spending more time in the pits than out of it today, which is a little unfortunate. They've taken off the wheel, the rear wheel, and they're looking at the bearings now. They're going to have to probably put a new chain on that now that that's come off. I do wonder what the issue is. What exactly happened?
Sorry?
What exactly happened?
So we were having trouble with the wheel. It was not rotating as we wanted to.
Too much resistance?
Uh-huh. Right. So we took it off, and now we're trying to find a problem to fix it. And yeah, that's basically it. We're just trying to...
Appreciate it. So, no diagnosis as of yet, but fingers crossed for the Presidio team, and hope they figure it out. So, we're back with
Stony Point Solar.
Point Solar. What happened to you guys?
Some loose connections, minor electrical issues that we're taking care of right now. Just got to add some extra solder to that connection, get the heat shrink tubing on, and then we'll be good to go again.
Sounds like not too difficult of a fix. Did you just lose drive coming in?
We just started slowing down majorly. The power 2 reading was at 0, so we knew something was wrong, and we just had to get back into pit row. And fortunately, just as we were arriving, the car stopped moving, so I'm just glad we got to get this issue early.
Well, repairs underway, connections fixed, and hopefully we'll see you back out there before the day's over, and if not, tomorrow. Appreciate it. Good luck. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Tomek and Jacob. Thank you. So we just saw 3 cars. They went out and immediately had some problems. We had a loose wire connection, a problem with a rear motor, and some other electrical issues with those cars. Obviously, this is probably running them on this track is the most these cars have run all year, and they're discovering problems that they probably did not know would occur, which is part of the whole game. It's all about problem solving and learning from your problems and fixing them. So let's go back trackside and see some cars going around. Hello, hello. All right, let's have another quick team interview with the Stony Point team from Round Rock, Texas. Take it away, Mackenzie.
Alrighty, hey guys, we're back for one last interview of day one at the race. We're here with Stony Point out of Round Rock. They've got this gorgeous little pink car behind us that is pretty easy to spot on track, and I've got two of their wonderful representatives here to chat about their car. I'll go ahead and have you guys introduce yourselves, mention kind of what you do on the team and how long you've been a part of the team so far.
I'm Kayla. I'm part of the social team, and I've been a part of the team for about 3 years now.
I am Noelle. I am also part of the social team, and I've been here since my sophomore year. I just graduated.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Okay, so as I mentioned, a really nice pink car behind us. Can anyone that led some insight as to the color of choice for this vehicle, and obviously your lovely big shirts, all tie-dyed and fun, tell me a little bit about your team.
So we originally went with the pink because we had a president a few years back, before either of us came, that was female, and she went, the car is going to be pink. So then the car was pink, and at this point in time, it's just a tradition.
That's awesome. So how does it feel to be the pink car?
It feels great, honestly. It's easy to spot, but it also means bees are more easily attracted to us.
Oh, that sounds like something you learned from experience. Okay, so tell me, we're here. It's about to be the end of day one, right? So we've been out on the track. We're behind us right now, so we're tweaking some things. Can you tell me a little bit about how the car's been today and where you're at right now?
So we've been having some trouble with our car today. It's just not going up or staying at the speed that it should be going. So we've been having trouble. First we thought it was the brakes, and we fixed that issue. And then we found a loose wire, which we worked on and have fixed now. So we're also found a wire where the connection was weak, so they were also fixing that. So pretty soon we'll be able to go back out onto the track.
Is there anything else you'd like to add about how your car's been performing so far today?
Our car has been performing kind of at the back of the pack, but don't you worry, on day 2, we will be blazing through, most likely.
I like that confidence. Good stuff. Okay, so I guess that we're talking about goals then, right? So obviously you want to get the car back out on the track. Tell me a little bit about coming to the race this year, what your team wanted to accomplish, where you wanted to be, and kind of where the team's at this point.
Well, we set out quite a few goals, both on our electrical and mechanical side. We wanted to fix our brakes because we'd had the issue that we had today. We thought we'd fixed it, but apparently not. So we're going to have to keep working on that next year. We were trying to upgrade to a 72-volt system, and we had to get all new batteries because our old batteries died while we weren't really operating. So we've gotten all new batteries, and we've got all the batteries, but because of supply chain and demand, we just didn't have the time to get the motor controller that we would have needed to upgrade to a 72-volt system. We also had to replace our roll bar because our old one was out of compliance, and that's been replaced and done, and hopefully that doesn't fall apart on us.
That's a good hope to have, and it's always big. Obviously, compliance is a big part of the race. Got a lot of rules, got a lot of ways to stay safe, but it's good to see you guys kind of working on that. It sounds like you guys might be ready to roll out behind me, which is nice and exciting. So speaking of exciting and excitement, I'd love to hear, obviously, if you guys have been doing this for a little bit. This isn't the first year I've seen the pink car. What's it like getting to come out to the track? We have a lot of people that might be watching back home that haven't ever gotten to come out and see a Solar Car Challenge. So tell us a little bit about what the Solar Car Challenge means to you, what it feels like.
So this is actually my first year getting to do this, actually going to the track. But it's been really cool and it's been neat. It's been really awesome to see the car come together. And it's awesome to see all the other teams' cars and also see all of the other teams and how well they're doing, as well as the teams in other divisions, and see how cars are different from division to division.
Do you have anything you want to say about that too?
Well, at its heart, the Solar Car Challenge is really about cooperation. You know, we help each other out to pass scrutineering, the inspection phase of the race, and all teams from around us have helped us out. We've given other teams parts, and I just think that's a really beautiful thing to see so many young students cooperating together and just generally helping advance on one another's careers in engineering.
So you talked about advancing your careers. Out of curiosity, now that you've been a part of this, has this had any impact on you and what you're passionate about, or the things you've gotten to be able to explore in high school that you might be able to take with you as you graduate?
Yeah, I've always been kind of interested in engineering, but I've started to narrow down which field I would want to go into. Originally, I was thinking more robotics, but now I'm thinking more mechanical or electrical.
I actually plan to go into either mechanical or electrical engineering as well. This challenge has done wonders for my spirit about this whole thing, and I'm really amazed at just the whole world, I guess.
That's awesome. So I guess talking about that, for people who aren't a part of the challenge and people who aren't students competing, sometimes it can be hard to see it, but I feel like a lot of times as students you pick up on a lot of skills by doing solar car, and not all of it's always technical, right? So can you speak to some of the soft skills or some other things you've been able to learn through this process outside of just, the car itself?
Well, we've also had to learn how to solicit sponsorships, because money is definitely a problem when you do these kinds of things, and also community outreach, because we've gone to a couple car shows throughout the year to get donations and just connect with our community, so it really helps with your people skills as well.
And speaking more on people skills, this competition and this team really fosters teamwork. Let's be honest, at the start of the year it was like herding cats together, but past the scheduling conflicts, past the supply chain issues, all of that stuff, we've made it through, and we're managing to communicate and just work better together as a team. So I think that's one of the skills I've picked up on.
That's really awesome to hear, and I think really important, as you mentioned. I guess if there's anyone out there that's thinking about making a team or maybe on a team as they're working to come out here, what's one piece of advice you might give them as someone who's been overcoming things and learning things as they go?
Really double check the scrutineering book, because it gives you a lot of insight onto your car, what's really required, what you will need to race, and it really gives you a point to look for problems if you're going to have them.
I think that's a great piece of advice.
Another piece of advice I would have is just learn your car. Learn what you're working on, and just, make sure you know as much about it as you possibly can. Just try to pick up on skills throughout the year, and do that in life in general, I suppose. Just know as much as you need to know, because curiosity is a good thing, and satisfaction will bring you back.
Awesome. I love it, guys. So while we get you guys back out on the track, as we've seen the car pull out from behind us, and I'll let you guys get back so we can keep cheering on your team and you guys can keep on helping. But I wanted to open up if there was anything else you'd like to say, any thank yous you'd like to send, maybe some people out in Round Rock cheering you guys on. I know we all are here as well. So any last things for anybody watching?
We definitely like to thank our sponsors, Vulcan, because they've helped us out a lot with our car. They actually helped us manufacture our roll bar, which was a great help, because we had to change our original design, because our first design and what we wound up putting in the car, we realized that our first one would not have been compliant because it would have been welded and it had to be one continuous piece. So they helped us fabricate that in a time crunch, because we really were at a time crunch at that point.
I'd also like to give thanks to the teachers at Stony Point High School, especially the ones that have came here with us, and especially to our parents, not just our parents, any parents on the Stony Point team, or any parents in general. We want to thank you for inspiring our interest in engineering and just helping us every step of the way.
Thank you guys so much, and thank you Stony Point in general. That was our last interview of the day, and it's been wonderful to get to hang out with you guys and meet you on and continue to cheer your team onto the track. So thank you very much, and we'll say goodbye for one more time today.
All right, that is the Stony Point team from Round Rock, Texas. Thank you, Mackenzie, for bringing that to us. Now let's go back to the track and see the final 20 minutes of the race here. And then as the cars start to come off the track at 4 o'clock, we'll follow them into the garages and see how their days went, find out their highs, their lows, some strategies. So please stay tuned.
All right, so we're going to start off our little debrief here with the Iron Lions. Definitely, I think, the best dressed team in terms of car livery. How was it there today? You guys looked really fast. You were a driver, so from the driver's seat, give us your perspective.
Well, it was a very good day of racing for us. We definitely, we saw a lot of good numbers come through, a lot of good things happen throughout the day. In general, the experience out here on the track is very unique. I don't think there are many high school students that can say that they, did a race at Texas Motor Speedway. So that adds a very unique element to it. We are making sure to cover all of our areas, like keeping people in the pit, keeping people doing strategy, obviously, having a rotation of drivers, a set schedule, and, things of that nature.
What did that strategy look like today in terms of battery management? Did you hit all the numbers that you planned to hit?
I think we did hit all the numbers that we planned to hit. Definitely every day, we have to go back and look at our data that we took. We were tracking numbers very consistently. So we have to go back, debrief tonight, and obviously, we are going to come back tomorrow with new decisions, a new perspective, and new ideas for the next day.
Anything in particular you're thinking of changing, or was it just about as good of a day as you can get?
I would say it was a very good day. Obviously, the first day is kind of that day where you start easing into things. Definitely, obviously, the first day is never as consistent for everybody. In our case, though, we were making sure we tested about 500 miles before we got to the track. So, we know what our numbers look like. We know how our car behaves. So, based on that, we do think that we had a pretty good running day.
Good to hear. And final thing, how's the heat in the driver's seat?
The heat it's not like anything I've experienced before. I am from Texas, so I am used to the heat. But, being encapsulated, and then the inside of our car is black carbon fiber, so it gets a little toasty in there. The feeling when you get out of the car, when they open the canopy and you feel that first breeze is great, however.
Good to hear. Best of luck tomorrow then. We'll be rooting for you. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Iron Lions there. I believe they had 185 laps in that car today.
I believe that is right.
And they are currently, I believe, in second place in the advanced division. So what did we learn from that today?
From just everything all over the day is that you never know what's going to happen. I feel like a lot of the teams, for most of the teams out there, kind of like what was just mentioned in the previous interview, is that you're feeling it out and you're figuring it out, and it's not going to be the most consistent day that we see. So kids are a little jittery, cars are a little jittery. We're all just kind of seeing what happens when we get the cars out there, and I think that that's what a lot of these teams are figuring out as we go.
All right, great. Let's switch back over to Tomek and Jacob there, and let's see what they're looking at now.
We're just here. Oh. Well, so we're here with the Raisinbeck team. Undoubtedly, I think the quickest competitor today, really unmatched. Now, they did run into a few issues with flat tires. Debris off turn 3, we heard, was the cause. Some shattered glass, perhaps. Hopefully, someone goes clear that up today. But you can take a look here. They've got a great setup going in terms of getting the car ready for tomorrow. Angling the solar panels in the accepted fashion and charging up the batteries. You can hear fans are whirring and everything cooling itself down, making sure that nothing overheats before tomorrow, because they still do have 3 more days of running to do. We'll try and find somebody from the Raisinbeck team to tell us what it was like from their perspective and if they hit all the numbers that they could when things were within their control.
All right, thank you very much, guys. So now I think we have Tomek and Jacob going over into the where are they? They're in Garage A over there, and let's see what they're going to do. All right, you guys are live.
There.
By the car?
If you want to stay in the shade, that's fine. By the car would be
I could.
Okay.
It's hot. Okay. So back here. How was today?
It was great. We were able to really cruise by today. We were hitting almost 90 kilometers per hour, which is something in miles. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, you guys were really flying out there. But you did face some issues with flat tires. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so we got 2 flat tires today on the fourth corner for fourth turn. So we think there's 2 things that we think went wrong. So the first, there's a bit of gravel on the track, but that's like something we can't really control. But also, so we filled up our tires to about 90 psi this morning, and I'm gonna guess the track. I heard earlier the track temperature was about 145. So I'm gonna guess they like expanded a lot. There was higher pressure, and then maybe when it hit the gravel, they just kind of went. Yeah.
Yeah, when you chase performance, you end up pushing some limits.
I think the speed might have had something to do with it. Like, these are some of the fastest speeds we've gone. So, yeah.
Very impressive in any case. Did you drive? You drove the other.
I drove for Plano today. Yeah.
Was there any complaints from your drivers about the heat?
I mean, it gets hot, especially in our car. It's kind of like a little greenhouse with the clear cockpit, and it's not open at all. But I think they were getting water, and we were checking in on them, so I think they're okay. And then we got them back into the air conditioning or into the shade as soon as we could.
Good to hear. Anything else about your car that perhaps you're going to be changing for tomorrow, apart from those tire issues?
So we're also thinking of changing the motor and messing with some of the settings on our motor controller so that we can actually draw more amps, because actually our panels and other stuff, our performance was pretty good. We wanted to end today with a pretty low battery so we could charge up entirely. So we're going to try to make sure that we're going to try to see if we can draw more tomorrow.
So they're going to go even faster. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, we are in the studio now with Dr. Marks, the founder of this race. And so, Dr. Marks, camera's here. If you can just tell us what is day one like? How did today go? What are your thoughts and feelings?
First day of a race is always an amazing experience because you never really know what's going to happen. You know you're facing heat. You know you're facing potential breakdowns. It's the roll out of the first cars, and can they roll out? We had several of them that had difficulty doing that. We had some heat issues today, but nothing really bad. No wrecks, no problems, no running against a wall or anything. This was a successful day, so we're happy about that. And I guess more than anything, I see the judges expressing something that's, I think, is rather unique, that they see that they're changing the lives of the people here. And that's huge. That's what we're here for. We're here to show them how they can experience the success, but also, if they have failures, how to deal with it and how to pick themselves back up and go on forward. That was our kind of day today.
Well, that's great. A successful first day. I think we're all very happy about it. The cars are performing great. Man, and those top 2 cars in the advanced division are getting more laps than I've seen at any race.
That's amazing.
Great. So let's go back trackside, and soon we'll talk to some more teams about their point of view.
Thank you for your outstanding coverage of this event. Really good stuff. Really
We're
good
everywhere.
stuff.
We're everywhere.
Okay.
All right, so now we're back, and we're going to be talking to Wiley East over in the garages and see how their day is. All right, take it away, Tomek.
Okay. So you're from Wiley East. How was today?
Today went pretty well. We got a very good amount of laps, especially compared to most of the other teams. Right now we're still sitting at second place, though, so we're going to try and fix that.
Always upward. So you drove today. What was it like in the driver's seat, heat-wise, handling-wise, anything?
So our car is very aerodynamic, as you can see. So there's not a lot of space for the driver. We, of course, have space for the driver, but not as much compared to some other cars. So you can't necessarily move around as much as you like to sitting in the car for so long. So that's a bit of a challenge, and it sometimes requires more driver changes. And we need to fix the padding that we have for our seat because we made our seat out of aluminum. So the cushioning isn't very great right now.
And battery-wise, were you guys hitting all of your numbers? Was there anything that particularly shocked you about how the battery or solar panels behaved?
In the morning, we definitely thought we were going to have more sun because we started an hour later than we have in previous years. So we didn't have as much sun, and we have smaller batteries so that we can charge while we're driving, and basically it's just cycling the entire time. So we don't have a whole lot of storage. So we really rely on the sun to be out while we're driving. So we're gonna have to figure out what to do with that.
Okay. Well, best of luck tomorrow then. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Do we have a way to go and set it?
Is this recorded or is it all
reset the power when the battery was low, and since then we've charged, it's adding, it reset.
All right, so Mackenzie, we're back on.
Feels like that happens a lot.
Yeah, so Wiley East was doing well there. And I think right now Tomek is looking for another team in the pits to interview. Oh, here he is. It looks like they have found someone. Do you recognize this team?
This looks like Presidio High School. We spoke to them earlier today, team number 8.
All right, so Presidio. All right. Tomek, you are live if you guys want to investigate what's happening there.
Let's find out what's going on here. Can I steal you for 20 seconds? Sure. Maybe a little more. What are you guys up to?
We're gonna charge the solar panel, and that's pretty much it.
That's it. All right. Yeah. How was today? I know you guys struggled a lot with reliability issues, especially with that rear wheel.
Honestly, I wasn't here for the rear wheel. I was over there, just sitting down.
Fair enough. It is hot.
It was hot though.
But and up go the solar panels. Let's give them a sec to do that. Go over here for a sec. How was today, running wise?
Today, well,
not ideal, right?
Not really, because we only ran 28 laps, but wish we could have gotten more. We had a couple problems, but nothing we couldn't fix. And right now we're fixing our main problem, which was the braking system. We bought some grease and we added it to the back wheel. Now we're adding to the front wheel just to make sure. So we're hoping tomorrow is a better day for us, you know.
Teething trouble is always going to happen, but you guys have every challenge that has come through this garage has been fixed. So I have faith that you'll get some running.
Thank you.
See ya. See who else is there. You want to talk to Stony Point? Dante will ride again, eh? Let's see who we can bother here. Do you have a sec? Do you have a sec? Can you tell us a little bit about how today was?
From my perspective?
Yeah, in terms of the running of the car.
Honestly, pretty confusing because the car, whenever we were doing a race, it was. Let me go back. whenever we were stopped, we get around 50 volts in our 48 volt system, or 59, 50, somewhere around there. However, when we start driving, after a certain amount of time, or around turn 4, we would, our voltage would drop down to 32.9 very precisely.
You still haven't figured out why that is?
The error could have been just misplaced connections, which is what my team's working on now.
You think you'll be able to get it running stably by tomorrow?
Without a doubt, we'll be able to do it before tomorrow, because it can't be a battery issue, and if it was, we wouldn't be able to do it anyways.
Right, fair enough. Well, I look forward to seeing this car out more. And yeah, I mean, the first day is always going to have teething trouble, so fingers crossed for you. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. So yeah, if we'll take a look over to that other side, they're redoing all those connections. And they've been at it for a while now. It's the unfortunate tragedy of heat here in Texas. Before we leave here, I just want to take a quick look at the Flying Fortress. Really a test Solar Car Challenge stands for in terms of engineering and overcoming problems. Just issue after issue has been thrown at them, and they've persevered every single time. They've had to borrow a motor. They've had to re-grease the bearings in the rear wheel. They've had to change the sprockets and put a brand new chain on the thing, and it's still somehow run. So, doing some maintenance now here, I see, but it is in one piece. Hello. How is it?
A lot better.
Yeah?
Make up some ground this afternoon.
Fingers
so
crossed.
just checking everything back over, looking at everything, and seeing if we need to make any adjustments.
The whole rear end, essentially, right?
Yeah, so repacked all the wheel bearings, did everything there, got them working up, and fixed the tensioner, and then the other team down there gave us a motor. So then we went to town, we were able to get a sprocket and get everything back in, get back in action. So tell you what, the camaraderie between teams is awesome down here.
Yeah.
So, people helping people, it's amazing. So,
everyone's here for the same reason, right?
Absolutely. It's a whole different racing environment than a lot of racing environments.
So you feel that tomorrow you're going to be able to get some stable running in there and make up some ground on your rivals?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're planning on.
We'll be watching out for you. Appreciate it. It's a real warrior. We're live? Okay. So I'm here with the Covenant Racing team, now on the other side of the garage. How was today?
Today, in the beginning, went really well. We had a great, smooth start. Our team worked really well, well-oiled machine, got on the track, got in the line really fast, and it was great in the morning. After lunch, we started having a little bit of issues with our telemetry, which we're experiencing now, and we had one point where we stopped. I believe you interviewed us, and we think due to, the strut failed because we think to thermal expansion from the heat. The rivets pulled out there, but we looked over it and everything should be good.
You checked the other rivets?
Mm-hmm.
What exactly is going wrong with the telemetry?
So towards the very end, we could only see our speed, which was odd. But we are able to fix that now. We're looking at our Pi, looking at our connection to Amazon Web Service, which we use for communication, and that's the problem we're diagnosing at the moment. So the problem is not yet resolved.
Well, fingers crossed you get it fixed. From the sort of pace perspective, you guys seem to be doing pretty well. It's obviously a very sleepy race car, aerodynamically. How was that? Were the numbers what you expected? Were you faster or slower?
Yeah, we had a little bit of production issues during the middle of the race before lunch with cloud coverage, so we do have to drop down for that. But other than that, we were getting really great production, which means higher speeds, obviously. And we were reaching upwards at some point like 35 miles per hour for short periods of time, which was pretty good for our... Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything in particular on this car you want to show off?
I mean, of course, I love
the cockpit.
The cockpit design. It does get a little toasty on the inside, but it is great for our aerodynamics compared to what we had in 2019. And our fenders, that was really, really fun to construct. The orange fenders.
It looks like a fun car to build and to drive. All right, thanks for talking to us, and good luck tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
All right, moving on down here. We are seeing more teams trying to set up their solar panels and desperately get those batteries charged before they have to be here again bright and early tomorrow morning. Can I steal one of you when you're done putting that up?
I'm not sure. Usually will be.
Can I steal you? Okay. Hey, it's okay. You gotta get those batteries charged somehow. How was today?
Today was pretty good. I think we raced pretty well for the classic division. I don't know, we experienced no issues, no overheating, nothing. So I'm pretty happy about that. I think we drove pretty well today, and I think it's a fitting end to our first day. We're really happy about it. Gonna come back tomorrow and try to do the same thing. You know, try to stay consistent. Hopefully nothing breaks, and yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I was in here a bunch, and you guys never seem to come in with any reliability issues. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's really good to see.
Solar cars have a tendency to break down. How did you manage the battery situation and all that, given especially the heat today? A lot of teams were struggling with that. How did you combat it?
I mean, I heard there's a lot of overheating today. Luckily, we experienced a little bit of that last year to a lesser degree, and we developed fixes for it last year, which seem to be applying this year so far. So in terms of overheating, so far, so good. Yeah, fingers crossed. But with a sort of battery issue, I mean, we're just trying to run consistently, trying to keep that voltage constant, you know, increasing where we can, slowing down where we can. But yeah, I think it's going pretty great.
Looks like it. All right, I'll leave you alone. Have a good one. Thanks. Excuse me. Let's go into the garage now. Get out of this infernal Texas sun and see if anyone's still working on fixes, last minute ones. Can I steal one of you for a sec? Can I steal someone for like 2 minutes? Just for an interview?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Just like... Alright. Here with the Somerset jumpers from Kentucky. Wow, that's a long way away. How was today?
Today was good. It was a little bit of a difficult day for us today just because it's our first year and we had to take this day to kind of get acquainted with everything. But it went pretty well. We had a couple of issues with our motor in the beginning of the race and just getting the programming right and getting everything tested and kind of getting into that sweet spot that we know we want to ride. But by the end of the day, we kind of got the feel for it and kind of got the hang for it.
Did you have any reliability issues? I know you were coming in and out of the pits a little bit.
Yeah, so that was really the biggest thing was our motor. It came pre-programmed with a certain configuration, but we realized that the torque wasn't quite enough to get us over the small hills and stuff in 2 and 4, turns 2 and 4. And so we had to adjust it to give us a little bit more torque to get us up to speed. And then once we got up to that speed, we can maintain that and keep that all the way around. But it took us a little bit to figure that out and figure out we need to get more torque into it before we could realize, this kind of the sweet spot we want to work around.
And you found that now, so you think tomorrow is going to be a...
Right. We think that it will be good from here on out, but, it's one of those things. It's very, very precise, and so it's going to take a lot to get an exact, this is really where we want to ride. But we're much better set off for tomorrow than we felt like we were for today.
Sounds like it. Anything final to add about the car, perhaps?
We didn't really have any major issues other than the motor. We had a couple things that we had to tweak. We just had to adjust the brakes real quick, make sure everything was just working smooth, and it was. That was really the only thing was just adjusting that motor, and it wasn't even really an issue, It's just playing with it to get it right.
Okay. Cool. Well, best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Back to you in the studio, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Tomek, for that. Thank you. That was some good behind-the-scenes action that's happening in the garages there. So that is pretty much wrapping it up for today. It looks like it was another successful day of racing.
Yeah.
And I guess our actual first day of this particular race.
Yeah, it was good to see day one.
What are your overall thoughts?
I thought it was a nice day. I thought it was a busy day, but ultimately nothing too crazy, which is always a good thing to see. Saw teams figuring things out, which makes me excited to see how the rest of the race goes for them.
All right. So that's it for today's broadcast. We're just going to end out here with a little bit of footage of cars charging. And remember, the solar car race stream begins tomorrow at about 7:15 a.m. for the team's meeting, and we'll go throughout the day. We are going to be having interviews in the morning up through lunchtime, every half hour scheduled with various teams. So to stay tuned in for those, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we look forward to it.